has imposed a steep 50% tariffs on most Indian exports effective from 27th of August. Micro, small and medium enterprises, that is MSMEs, have sought a special relief package similar to the one provided during the COVID-19 crisis to cushion the impact of the fall in exports following the imposition of tariffs by US President Donald Trump. The issue was raised during the pre-budget consultation chaired by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on 12th of November, where MSMEs representatives said that several exporters were facing liquidity crisis, with many accounts turning into non-performing assets. India is planning to subsidize airlines for operating flights to dormant airports, according to people familiar with the matter, in a bid to resurrect ghost projects and justify billions of infrastructure spending it's poured into them. The subsidy is built on an existing initiative called Udaan to boost regional connectivity and will now include airports that have remained idle despite substantial investments, said people who asked not to be identified. Airlines will be offered monthly subsidy payments in return for cheaper fares to select routes to cover the gap between regular and discounted fares. The payments will also be based on factors including the numbers of seats sold. Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal has said that all tribal products with export potential will be fully supported by the department through various channels, including e-commerce platforms, international warehouses for product display and sales, as well as wholesale and retail trade networks. The Commerce Minister informed the conclave that a scheme is currently being developed to strengthen export promotion efforts to ensure that tribal products gain visibility and market access that they rightfully deserve in both domestic and global markets. The high-level committee constituted by the Securities and Exchange Board of India, or SEBI, has recommended a comprehensive overhaul of the market regulators' ethics and conflict of interest framework to enhance transparency, accountability and governance standards. The high-level committee, chaired by former Chief Vigilance Commissioner Pratyush Sinha, has proposed a shift from a voluntary code of conduct to a legally enforceable framework, bringing SEBI's governance parties closer to international regulatory standards. The report, amongst others, recommended clear definitions, enhanced disclosures and stronger institutional oversight through an independent ethics office. All right, viewers, now let's take a look at all the sporting action. Here is the sports wrap. Wicketkeeper batter Dhruv Jurel has been drafted into India's 11 for the opening test against South Africa, with all-rounder Nitish Kumar Reddy making way. Assistant coach Ryan confirmed. The 24-year-old, capped in 7 tests so far, comes in on the back of prolific form, 4 centuries in his last 5 first-class outings, including twin hundreds against South Africa in Bengaluru last week. Meanwhile, the first-choice gloveman Rishabh Pant returns to the squad after recovering from a foot fracture that he sustained during the 4th test against England in Manchester in July. South Africa head coach Shukri Conrad has thrown his weight behind the spin trio of Keshav Maharaj as well as Simon Harmer and Senuram Muthusamy, confident that they can stand toe-to-toe with India's seasoned attack and create history of our own in the upcoming Test series. Conrad likened the challenge to their WTC final against Australia. The series begins at Eden Gardens on Friday before Guwahati stages its maiden test from 22nd of November, with the Protea spinners aiming to extend the strong form that they showcased in Pakistan. Rohit Sharma, who claimed the Player of the Series award in Australia last month, remains atop the ODI rankings with 781 rating points despite a brief absence from action. Rashid Khan leads with 710 points, while England's Jofra Archer occupies the 2nd place as Keshav Maharaj slips down the list. Among the Indian players, only Kuldeep Yadav features in the top 10, holding the 6th position with 634 points. India's Lakshya Sen advanced to the second round of the men's singles at the Kumamoto Masters, Japan, with a commanding straight-game victory over Koki Watanabe. The second seed needed only 39 minutes to dispatch the world number 26 from Japan, 21-12, 21-16. Ranked world number 15, Lakshya Sen will next face the winner of the clash between Singapore's Jia Hang Jason Te and Canada's Victor Lai. We are taking a short break, but coming up ahead, the Prime Minister Modi convenes an emergency CCS meeting after Red Fort blast. Centre officially declares the car bombing as a heinous terrorist incident. And we'll focus on the probe into the Delhi blast that reveals a possible plot for 20 coordinated attacks across North India, each with up to 100 kgs of explosives that were stored in Faridabad. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break, viewers. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Modi convenes emergency CCS meeting after Red Fort blast. Centre officially declares the car bombing a heinous terrorist incident. CCS directs agencies to ensure a swift and professional probe into the Delhi blast. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says all perpetrators will be identified and punished. Terrorist Dr. Muzammil met his Pakistan handler in Turkey. Another meeting was planned in Afghanistan. Probe into the Delhi blast reveals a possible plot for 20 coordinated attacks across North India, each with up to 100 kgs of explosives stored in Faridabad. Faridabad police seized suspect Umar Nabi's red EcoSport car linked to the Delhi blast. One more person arrested from the parking site. And Karnataka Minister Zahir Ahmed calls Delhi blast a political conspiracy. BJP slams Congress for giving Pakistan a clean chit in a suspected terror attack. Republic TV that the perpetrator of the Delhi blast has been identified. Umar Nabi was driving the car. Umar's DNA sample matched 100% with the DNA of his family members. The DNA matched with his mother and brother's DNA. Bones, teeth and pieces of clothing were found in the I-20 car after the blast matched the DNA. So sources have told Republic TV that the perpetrator of the Delhi blast has now been identified.
नस्ल पे मौजूद हूँ। मैं तस्वीरें एक बार दिखाना चाहूँगा मेरे पीछे की ओर। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे एनएसजी की टीम, एनआईए और फरीदाबाद क्राइम ब्रांच जो है वो यहाँ पर मौके पे मौजूद है। शाम के समय यहाँ पे इनपुट मिला था कि खंडावली के एक गांव के एक प्लॉट के अंदर रेड कलर की इकोस्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया है, जिसके बाद एजेंसीज को जानकारी दी जाती है। शाम के समय यहाँ पे एनएसजी यहाँ पे बॉम्ब इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ यहाँ पर पहुँचते हैं। रात भर गाड़ी को सर्च किया गया है और अभी भी जो एनएसजी के जो बड़े अधिकारी है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। हालांकि और कितना समय लगेगा वो फिलहाल देखने वाली बात होगी, क्योंकि एजेंसी जो है कोई भी जो लापरवाही अपनी तरफ से देना नहीं चाहती और यही वजह है कि काफ़ी चीज़ें जो है समझा जा रहा है। उसके बाद ही आगे कड़ी दर कड़ी जो है इनपुट जुटाने की एजेंसीज जो है वो कोशिश कर रही हैं।
These updates coming in, breaking news coming in. Sources have told Republic TV that the perpetrators of the Delhi blast has been identified. Umar Nabi was driving the car. Umar's DNA sample matched 100% with the DNA of his family members. DNA matched with his mother and brother's DNA. Bones, teeth and pieces of clothing found in the I-20 car after the blast matched the DNA. So this is what we see right now. Umar Nabi behind the wheel during the blast. Sources are giving these updates. And this is coming in because we already see that the suspect in the car bomber blast, Dr. Umar Nabi. Sources say that the Umar Nabi's DNA matches with the family's DNA.
सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो है एक एक करके सामने आ रहे हैं, उससे यही अनुमान लग रहा है गाड़ी जो है स्लो मूवमेंट में वहाँ से मूव कर रही है और हो सकता है कि उसी जगह को स्पॉट किया गया, क्योंकि मंडे के दिन लाल किला जो है बंद रहता है, भीड़ काफ़ी ज़्यादा कम होती है। लेकिन जैसे वो पार्किंग से बाहर निकलते हैं, लाइट के पास पहुँचते तो अचानक से एक ज़ोरदार धमाका होता है। लेकिन एजेंसीज का यही कहना है कि चीज़ों को सारा देखा जा रहा है, क्योंकि फरीदाबाद से कुछ घंटों पहले ही बड़ी मात्रा में जो RDX मटेरियल था वो यहाँ से रिकवर किया गया था। लेकिन उसी के आधार पर एजेंसी जो थे इनपुट ज़रूर जुटा रही थी। लेकिन 2 से 3 घंटे बाद जो है दिल्ली के लाल किले के बाहर गाड़ी में जोरदार धमाका होता है। लेकिन एजेंसी का यही कहना है कि अभी फिलहाल इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है। जिन डॉक्टर्स को इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे राउंड अप पे लिया गया है उनसे क्वेश्चनिंग की जा रही है, जिससे और चीजें जो है वो साफ हो पाएंगी, क्योंकि जो लिंक है वो जम्मू कश्मीर से फरीदाबाद से दिल्ली तक जोड़ता है। तो जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, फरीदाबाद पुलिस, दिल्ली पुलिस और यूपी पुलिस।
All right, viewers, getting these updates coming in right now because, as the Red Fort blast probe continues, we're getting updates because the main suspects' roots, the main suspects' DNA, all this is being matched. More details are coming in because the investigation is still continuing in this case. The latest news that we're getting for you is that Republic TV said that the perpetrators of the Delhi blast have been identified.
देखिए फिदाइन हमला है, क्योंकि गाड़ी के अंदर उमर मौजूद था, ड्राइविंग सीट पे गाड़ी को चला रहा था, अचानक से ब्लास्ट होता है। क्योंकि ये भी हो सकता है कि गाड़ी के अंदर जो सामान था, मटेरियल था, विस्फोटक सामग्री, उसको एक जगह से दूसरी जगह ट्रांसपोर्ट भी किया जा हो सकता है और अचानक से बीच में ब्लास्ट हो जाए। एक ये एंगल है। दूसरा एंगल ये है कि फिदाइनी हमले के तहत ही इस पूरी आतंकी घटना को अंजाम दिया गया, क्योंकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैजुअलिटी हो और यही मकसद होगा। और इसी कारण जो है लाल किले के बाहर अचानक से जो है तेज़ जोरदार धमाका होता है। जी।
All right, viewers, we're getting the ground report which is coming in from our reporters, and at the same time, viewers, we see that the centre described the explosion in Delhi as a terrorist incident, and justice has been promised. Justice has been promised because we see that the Prime Minister Modi-led government has described the car explosion near Red Fort as a terrorist incident, expressing grief over the loss of lives and directing that the investigation be pursued with the utmost urgency to bring the perpetrators, collaborators and the sponsors to justice without any delay, viewers. Just getting you these updates coming in because on November 10th, a car there was a car blast, and after that the investigation is continuing, where Prime Minister Modi has also visited the LNJP hospital, met the survivors of the Red Fort blast, saying the perpetrators will be brought to justice. Simultaneously, viewers, the investigation and the probe has been launched. We're also seeing that Delhi police has picked up a dozen suspects related to or indirectly related to the arrest made in the Delhi car blast case. According to the latest coming in, we see that there's a link of a white collar terror network which has surfaced in the investigation, with the probe agencies finding links of the terror incident and the Pakistan-based outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed and others, viewers. So this network, which allegedly involved white-collar workers, was dismantled following a series of coordinated attacks between October 19th and November 10th, which resulted in the recovery of a lot of explosives. Post that, we saw the Delhi blast happened, and the investigation is continuing in this case. So back to what is coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. And as you can clearly see, that source-based information is telling us that the perpetrators of the Delhi blast have been identified. Umar Nabi was driving the car. Umar's DNA sample matched 100% with the DNA of his family members. DNA matched with his mother and brother's DNA. Bone, teeth and pieces of clothing found in the I-20 car after the blast matched the DNA. This is source-based information coming in. So there is a big breakthrough when it comes to the investigation into the case, viewers. So this is what we see right now, where back-to-back updates coming in right now. It's a major development in the Delhi Red Fort blast case. And we'd also have told you that the Faridabad police earlier had recovered the red EcoSport car, which was linked to the prime suspect in the Delhi blast case. It was found parked in the Khandawali village, and the Khandawali village area has now been cordoned off. So it's moving very fast. Investigation is moving very fast in multiple directions, viewers. And this is coming in as investigators have revealed that the suspects had multiple cars in addition to the I-20 that was used to carry out the explosion. The suspect car is a Red Fort EcoSport. Efforts are now on to find that car. So the investigation is continuing in multiple ways. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Getting you some more updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Sources say the security agencies, police traced another route of Jaish terrorist Umar. After escaping from Faridabad, Dr. Umar, accused in the Red Fort blast from here, had reached Firozpur, Jhirka through Mewat, and he was then returning to Delhi through the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. He spent the night at a restaurant on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. He also slept in the car that night. After this, he returned through Faridabad, through the Delhi-Mumbai highway, and entered Delhi through the Badarpur border. Now, the accused Umar was captured on CCTV cameras on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. This is what we see right now on Republic TV. Back-to-back updates coming in because we are getting you all these updates, because as we keep getting you the top updates coming in, let's just tell you that the security agencies and the police have traced another route of the Jaish terrorist Umar. There's a lot of focus on the prime suspect here, Dr. Umar. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking. And viewers, after the deadly blast near Delhi's Red Fort that killed 12 and injured nearly 20 others, Prime Minister Modi has met those battling for their lives at Delhi's Lok Nayak Hospital. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
After the deadly blast near Delhi's Red Fort that killed 12 and injured nearly 20 others, Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday met those battling for their lives at Delhi's Lok Nayak Hospital. The blast, triggered through a white Hyundai i20, was traced back to a Faridabad-based Jaish module, has exposed deep terror links spanning from Pulwama to Delhi. The Prime Minister, who returned from a 2-day visit to Bhutan, went straight to the hospital to meet and interact with the injured victims. The PM interacted with those under treatment, assuring them that those behind the conspiracy will be brought to justice. Doctors and officials also briefed the Prime Minister on the condition of the injured and the treatment being administered. Security was also tightened outside the hospital during the visit, with Delhi police and SPG on high alert. Later in the day, PM also chaired a high-level cabinet committee on security meeting to review the situation and monitor the ongoing probe into the Red Fort blast. The Prime Minister's visit sends a strong message of resolve that justice will be swift and those behind the Delhi blast will face the full force of the law.
In the wake of the Delhi terror blast, viewers, that shook the national capital, Prime Minister Modi convened an emergency meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security on Wednesday, attended by the top leaders. The committee assessed the situation and the ongoing investigation. Take a look.
The Indian government has officially declared the car bombing near the Red Fort area on November 10th as a heinous terrorist incident. The statement came right after Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a crucial meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, assessing the situation and considering the way forward. The major highlight of the meeting remained passing of a resolution on the explosion near Red Fort in Delhi. Post the meeting, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw briefed the media and stated that the perpetrators will be brought to justice.
The country has witnessed a heinous terror incident perpetrated by anti-national forces through a car explosion near the Red Fort on the evening of 10th November 2025. The explosion resulted in multiple fatalities and caused injuries to several others.
The resolution states that an investigation will be probed and perpetrators will soon be identified.
The Cabinet directs that the investigation into the incident be pursued with the utmost urgency and professionalism so that the perpetrators, their collaborators, and their sponsors are identified and brought to justice without delay.
Sending out a strong message, Vaishnaw also reiterated India's zero-tolerance policy towards terrorism.
The Cabinet reiterates India's unwavering commitment to a policy of zero tolerance towards terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. The Cabinet notes with appreciation the timely and coordinated response of the authorities, security agencies, and citizens who acted with courage and compassion in the face of adversity. Their dedication and sense of duty are deeply commendable.
The cabinet unequivocally condemned the dastardly and cowardly act that has led to the loss of innocent lives and also reaffirmed the government's steadfast resolve to safeguard the lives and well-being of all Indians, consistent with its enduring commitment to national security and the safety of every citizen.
And viewers, new twists and turns in the Delhi 10-11 conspiracy. The camera does not lie, and what it captures is Delhi's horror, frame by frame. A new surveillance clip recorded just hours earlier shows the same white Hyundai i20 entering the Red Fort parking area, driven by the man now identified as Dr. Umar Nabi, an assistant professor from Haryana's Al Falah University. Now, what the cameras captured is chilling, and what they reveal could prove even more critical to the investigation. Here's more.
This is the moment when Delhi shook. The CCTV from the Red Fort crossing captures a routine rush hour traffic scene. Vehicles waiting for the signal to turn green on Netaji Subhash Marg near the Lal Killa metro station, gate number 1. And then, without a warning, a flash of red light, a deafening roar, and a massive fireball fills the frame. The white Hyundai i20, seconds earlier seen inching forward in traffic, is blown apart. Multiple vehicles go up in flames as terrified commuters run for cover. Investigators say this clip confirms the precise time and location of the explosion. And the car believed to have been driven by Dr. Umar Nabi, the suspect car bomber. Another CCTV camera captured the same I-20 car entering the Red Fort parking lot near the Sunehri Masjid. Inside, seated behind the wheel, is a man later identified as Dr. Umar Nabi, an assistant professor from the Al Falah University in Faridabad, a terror doctor. For the next 3.5 hours, the car remained in the parking lot at the Red Fort. Investigators believe this is when the final preparations were made. Hours later, the same vehicle is seen driving out, only to explode at Chandni Chowk during peak evening traffic. Visuals of aftermath of the blast showed people bleeding profusely and crying for help. From Connaught Place to Red Fort, the movements of Dr. Terror Umar Nabi's Hyundai i20 are now central to the investigation. Delhi police and central agencies now piece together how a university professor turned suicide bomber brought terror to the heart of the capital.
We're getting some breaking updates coming in, viewers. NSG Commander Y.R. Singh arrives at the spot. Red-coloured Ford EcoSport car was found in the Khandawali village, Faridabad, with suspected metal inside. And now the bomb squad, NSG and the DNI investigation is ongoing for many hours. NSG Commander has reached the Kandavali village around 12:30 a.m. So just giving you a little update about what is happening as we speak, because the focus is right now also shifted to this vehicle which was found. This is it's a major development in the Delhi Red Fort blast case, because Faridabad Police Center had recovered a car which was linked to the prime suspect, Dr. Umar Nabi, in the Delhi blast case. And now the latest coming in, we are coming to know that that the latest is that the NSG commander has now arrived at the spot. As the crackdown on terror continues in the aftermath of Delhi terror attack, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir chief minister Mehbooba Mufti has now come out openly backing the accused. Watch this full report for more.
In the aftermath of the Delhi terror attack case that killed nearly 12 people and injured 20 others, a major political controversy has now erupted. 4 terror conspirators, the terror doctors, have been detained. And still underway are the raids across the valley in multiple locations on the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror suspects. As agencies tighten the crackdown on the Faridabad-based terror doctor-led Jaish-e module, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir chief minister Mehbooba Mufti has come out openly backing the accused, saying agencies must not go overboard during the probe.
सरकार को चाहिए वो फर्क करे, जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो मुजरिम हैं, उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दो, मगर जो शक के बिना पे जिनके रिश्तेदारों को आप इस वक्त पकड़ कर रहे हो, उनके साथ तरीके से पेश आइए, उनको मुजरिम समझ के तफ्तीश मत कीजिए, उनको सिर्फ ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन समझ के इन्वेस्टिगेशन कीजिए, ये अच्छा नहीं है.
The Gupkar gang, who remained silent for 48 hours after the Delhi terror attack, has now urged the government to conduct a free and fair investigation but not to harass the parents of the arrested doctors.
कि मैंने खुद देखा टीवी पे जिस तरह एक डॉक्टर के बाप, उसका क्या कसूर है, उसके मुंह पे काला कपड़ा डाल के उसको धक्के घसीटा जा रहा था। ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। मुझे पता है, मुझे मालूम है, जो दिल्ली में हमारे लोग इस हादसे का शिकार हुए, उनके घर वालों के दिलों पे क्या गुजरती होगी। हमने ये कई बार देखा, कश्मीर में होते हुए देखा।
Also coming up, a probe into the Delhi blast reveals possible plot for 20 coordinated attacks across North India, each with up to 100 kilograms of explosives stored in Faridabad. Stay tuned. And Karnataka Minister Zamir Ahmed calls Delhi blast a political conspiracy. BJP slams Congress for giving Pakistan a clean sheet in a suspected terror attack. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education, undertaking India's largest college ranking exercise, powered by India's most credible educational portal. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a special broadcast of Republic Defense where you get unmatched access to our border areas. Tonight on Republic Defense Special Shoot, we bring you the exercise, the ongoing exercise Akhand Prahar along the Indo-Pakistan border. What exactly are you going to see over the next couple of minutes? Unmatched imagery coming in from our border areas. The kind of tri-service exercise that is being carried out is a clear indication of how we are essentially positioning ourselves. On display, of course, are the T-90 battle tanks, but not just that. Interestingly, for the first time ever, you're essentially looking at the new brigade, the Rudra Brigade, out in display in full might that they are essentially showing on the battlefield. Tonight, my colleague Goswami gets you this special report.
The sun rises over Jaisalmer. The desert stretches endlessly, still, silent and unforgiving. But beneath this calm lies India's most ambitious combat simulation.
exercise Akhand Prahar.
Indian Armed Forces are conducting their largest tri-services exercise Trishul on the Western Front. Right now we are reporting from the deserts of Rajasthan, where the Indian Army's Southern Command is holding the exercise Akhand Prahar. The uninterrupted strikes that India has carried out on the adversary during Operation Sindoor. This is the joint validation wherein Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, they will be taking part to ensure that the areas of the adversary are not far from the reach of the armed forces. This includes the multi-domain challenges that the security forces, especially in the present scenario, faces from the adversary. That includes the use of every possible asset that the Indian Armed Forces have, ranging from the ground infantry to the mechanized force to the artillery to the armored wing and also to the air defenses, that how all the wings of the Indian Armed Forces in collaboration with each other will be carrying out the ground air offensives to decimate the enemy infrastructure and the nefarious designs of the enemy. Today we take you to the desert of Rajasthan, where Indian Armed Forces are conducting this mega exercise under the Konark Corps of the Indian Army's Southern Command.
Deep in the deserts of Jaisalmer, along the Indo-Pak international border, the Indian Army's newly raised Rudra Brigade and pair of commandos are rewriting the playbook of modern warfare. Led by the Southern Command, this exercise marks the operational debut of Rudra Brigade, India's newly formed all-arms combat formation.
These visuals are of the Rudra Brigade of the Indian Army, that includes the Bhairav commandos that are now taking part, and we will be showing you how the operations are carried out by the Rudra Brigade of the Indian Army. This is one of the newly raised brigades and the Bhairav commando battalions that are between the Rashtriya Rifles, the infantry, Ghatak units and the special forces, and now is the Southern Army commander interacting with the troops on ground from the Rudra Brigade as well as the Bhairav battalion. Now we move to the operations, that is the multi-domain operations that are taking place here in the desert of Rajasthan.
Its mission to demonstrate how modern warfare is fought across domains: land, air, cyber and space, all integrated into one theatre.
रुद्र जो एक नई इंटीग्रेटेड ऑल आर्म्स ब्रिगेड ग्रुप को खड़ा किया गया है, उसके सैनिक आपके सामने इस तरफ है, और जिस इक्विपमेंट के साथ ये रुद्र ब्रिगेड लैस है वो भी यहाँ सामने खड़ा है। इस रुद्र ब्रिगेड को भी इस एक्सरसाइज अखंड प्रहार के दौरान हमने फुल्ली ऑप वैलिडेट किया है। और मैं यहाँ पर एक चीज़ बोलना चाहूँगा कि ये जो रुद्र ब्रिगेड है, इसको इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, आर्टिलरी, एयर डिफेंस आर्टिलरी, इंजीनियर्स, इन सब के इमदादी दस्तों को एक साथ मिलाकर अंजाम देने के लिए तैयार किया गया है। और जैसे कि आप लोग सब वाकिफ़ हैं, रुद्र का मतलब महादेव या शिव, या एक और पर्यायवाची हुई प्रचंड। तो अगर मैं कुछ आपको बताना चाहूँ कि ये जो एक्सरसाइज है अखंड प्रहार, इसमें इस रुद्र ब्रिगेड ने अपनी ऑप वैलिडेशन के दौरान प्रचंड वार के साथ अपने आप को ऑप वैलिडेट कर अपनी कामयाबी हम सबको यहाँ दिखाई है। और मैं पूरी तरीके से संतुष्ट हूँ कि ये जो रुद्र ब्रिगेड आने वाले समय में दिए हुए मल्टी डोमेन टास्क में कामयाब हो सकेगा। यहाँ पर एक और बात बताना चाहूँगा, इस रुद्र ब्रिगेड को इसलिए भी खड़ा किया गया है क्योंकि हमारे भारतीय फौज की एक डॉक्ट्रिन होती थी जिसको हम कोल्ड स्टार्ट डॉक्ट्रिन कहते थे, जिसके तहत फौज मोबिलाइज करती थी और मोबिलाइज के बाद ऑपरेशनल एरिया में कारगर होने के लिए रेडी होती थी। परंतु अब समय आ गया रुद्र ब्रिगेड के साथ कोल्ड स्टार्ट डॉक्ट्रिन को कोल्ड स्ट्राइक डॉक्ट्रिन में तब्दील करने का, यानी कि ये रुद्र ब्रिगेड जो है एकदम हर समय रेडी, इस इलाके में मौजूद, अपने दिए हुए टास्क को पूरी तरीके से कारगर तरीके से सक्षम और प्रभावशाली इफेक्ट दुश्मन पर करने के लिए।
As operations begin, the skies come alive. Advanced light helicopters roar above the horizon, airdropping commandos deep inside simulated enemy territory. Their mission? Disrupt enemy supply lines, block reinforcements, and strike command hubs before the ground offensive begins.
The multi-domain operations are taking place and it requires the active involvement of all the wings. Here you will see that the troops of the Indian Army, they are being dropped to the location. You will see the drones already hovering in. Those locations that you see, the two tent-like structures, these are the enemy locations. And here, one of the hepters of the Indian Army, that hepter is going down. It will drop the troops into this very area because troops, it is not always possible to have the forces on ground always. And it is a time-taking process to drop them or to bring them via road or via these off-beat tracks. So what is being done? You will see that the troops are being dropped at that very place using the hepters, and then is the multi-domain operations taking place. This has the there you will see the troops will slither down. These are the special forces, these are the troops from the regular infantry wing that are now being dropped at that very location. So once the troops are dropped at that very location, they will very soon join back for the operations, because if we speak of this very area, this area is really a challenging area of operations. And as I'll request Rawatji to move away from that very area and get on to this drones, because drones are not only providing an aerial surveillance, but drones are also providing an active real-time information for the Indian Armed Forces of the ongoing operations, that how these operations are to be conducted. With the slithering of the troops on the ground, the operation and the stage is all set, that now the advances, the offensives are launched against the adversary that is hiding still in its bunkers. And this is how the Indian Army has prepared this exercise, Akhand Prahar, that is the uninterrupted strikes on the enemy.
On the ground, artillery batteries open up, thundering across the dunes as the long-range guns neutralize fortified bunkers. Surveillance never stops. ALH helicopters, fitted with optical sensors and thermal imagers, track every single movement below.
Indian Armed Forces are carrying out highly contested and complex battle operations here in Rajasthan, and here you will see that it is the advanced light helicopters that are entering the war zone. This is the multi-domain operations that are taking place in the deserts of Rajasthan, and what you see is these are the advanced light helicopters of the Indian Army's aviation wing. This exercise that you see on your screen, this is taking place close to the Indo-Pakistan international border. The message to the adversary is that any provocation will be seen as act of war and it will have repercussions for them. And for the same, Indian Armed Forces are preparing themselves under the largest exercise that is taking place post Operation Sindoor, exercise Trishul. And here you will see that the advanced light helicopters, they are moving in the area. The location that they are crossing, they also have the deployment of the artillery 130 mm. These are the self-propelled guns that have already been stationed there to give adversary a befitting reply. Reason being that these are the highly contested and complex battle operations that usually take place in this area, because this area in the past has also seen the provocations from the adversary, and that's why this exercise is taking place in this general area of the Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, where it is not only a challenge to fight this, but the challenge is to survive. So this braving all the odds, it's the Indian Army, it's the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy when it comes to the maritime security zone. They are also ensuring that every nook and corner of the country is secure and attempt from the adversary is given a befitting reply.
From the command posts, officers monitor live feeds, adjusting battlefield plans in real time. Above the battlefield, unmanned aerial vehicles sweep the sky. UAVs and rotary platforms coordinate to provide continuous surveillance, mapping out enemy patterns, transmitting live data to ground batteries, and enabling real-time targeting. As the skies stay active, T-90 Bhishma main battle tanks take charge on the ground. Advancing in formation, they crush enemy defenses in a full-scale simulated assault. Combat drones fly overhead, dropping explosives on bunkers, perfecting the model of non-contact warfare, where technology takes the front line.
In the enemy's area, now the offensives have started. Here what we have is the tanks of the Indian Armed Forces, the Indian Army. They have already hitting ground. You will see in the visuals that the loud bangs that you hear, these are the tanks, the T-90 Bhishma tank that is known as the one of the main battle tanks of the Indian Armed Forces that has already started moving in the area. This tank has the capability that it can strike 5 kilometers in the enemy area, and once this 125 mm shell is fired from the tank, then it has the enemy completely decimated. On the other side, if Rawatji is in a position to show you the ridge line, you will see the troops are also advancing along with the tanks that are rolling on the ground. This is being done so that a coordinated effort, be it by the mechanized wing, by the artillery wing, by the air defense wing and also the infantry wing, they are moving along with each other. So it is a shoulder to shoulder operation technique that is being adapted by the armed forces. Reason being that what we are witnessing is high intensity and complex operation. Here you will see that the drones are also taking now route. This I'll request Rawatji to, if we can pull off from that, and we can go to the drones that have been brought into the operations. These drones are to ensure that the view that we have is a multi-layered view of the situation that is taking place. And on the other hand, you will see that the helicopter also that has dropped the troops. Now it is the assault that is taking place. I'll request Rawatji to be on the visuals that 2 blasts have taken place at the enemy location. This is to ensure that the enemy's powers are curtailed at very start with the troops yet to reach the spot. These are the long-range validations that are taking place.
When the bombardment ends, infantry units moving. Trained for desert warfare, they advance behind the armor, breaching trenches, seizing enemy positions, and consolidating captured ground under artillery cover.
Number 4, fire!
Now that we have seen that the drones have done their work, it is the ground troops that are hitting the ground. You will see that the infantry wings, they have also entered the area that is of the enemy. With the vehicles on the ground, every possible support is being extended, and now they are taking control of the hostile situation that is there. The enemy camps are being taken over. These are the rocket launchers. These are everything here. You will see that is on the mobility. Why it is being done? That first the assault has taken place. We saw the helicopters is dropping the troops into the operation. Second, what we have seen that the drones have swung into the action. Then it was the tanks including the T-90 Bhishma tank that got into the action, and we saw that the tanks have decimated the enemy's infrastructure that was there. Now the troops have entered this very area. You will see taking cover. Since this is an open area, it has to be very precise. It has to be very calculated operations that are taking place. And now as we speak, you will see loud bangs also taking place, but the infantry troops, they are also moving. You will see drones have also swung into the action. Why these drones? These drones are different from what we have seen earlier. Earlier the drones were dropping the explosives into the enemy area. But now what is happening that these drones are carrying our own supplies. So this is a supply chain that these drones are providing. And also now inducted into the operation is the all-terrain vehicle that you will see. These ATVs are capable of moving into every possible domain. I'll request Rawatji to move to the ATVs that are moving. You will see how this is braving all these desert odds, all the challenges, the demographic and geographical challenges that it have. And now to the other side, to the drone, I'll request Rawatji, because the first drone has dropped, that is on the other side, and the drone that is here on the other side, that is also going to drop the consignment, because this consignment dropping is very important. It provides an assistance, and this is the payload that being dropped, and it will now be picked up by the troops on the ground and will be used for the operations. So this is how the every aspect and the every wing is contributing to these multi-domain operations, because these kind of high contested and complex operations are the one that actually test a force, and this is what the Indian Armed Forces are actually known for, that they have integrated this entire system, that is the jointness, Atmanirbharta and innovation, in such a manner that they can carry out the operations in any hostile situation like we are witnessing here.
The tempo intensifies. Indian forces now launch a full-scale counter-offensive. Tank regiments, BMP infantry vehicles and artillery batteries move in unison across the Thar Desert. Their goal? Dominate before the adversary comes in.
Now is the time when the armed forces are carrying out the operations to completely flush out the enemy's location, and here you will see that first the advancement was of the T-90 tanks that are rolling on the ground, while on the very right I'll request Rawatji to move to this area, that these are the BMPs that help to move the forces into these operations in such hostile situations and the places where we have seen that it is almost impossible for other vehicles to even fly on this. These BMPs are the actually real difference makers for the armed forces, because what we have seen that these operations requires the quick movement of the armed forces, and that too in such a manner that it leaves enemy with no chance to actually carry out any counter offensives. Right now the visuals that you are seeing are from the Jaisalmer. This is the place where the exercise Trishul is taking place. A major component that is exercise Akhand Prahar, the uninterrupted strikes. It is similar name to what we have seen on the 6th and 7th of May when India carried out the precision strikes on the terror bases of Pakistan, followed by the bases of the Pakistani armed forces that tried to target our main cities. And now you will see that this entire desert will have the presence of the first it was the tanks, and now is the BMP-2s that are moving in the area. This all is ensuring that these multi-domain operations are success, and that too at a time when we are witnessing that the adversary is trying every possible way to disrupt peace and to provoke India.
At the same time, another formation makes its mark, the Bhairav Battalion. Deployed for the first time in a major integrated exercise, this future-ready commando unit operates under the Rudra Brigade.
For the first time on the television, we are showing you the Bhairav Battalion. These are the Bhairav Commando Battalions of the Indian Army. These have been deployed in the western sector as part of the exercise Trishul that is taking place. I'll request Rawatji to come this way so that we can keep showing you the visuals. It is the Southern Army Commander who's reviewing the exercise Trishul that is taking place, and this has the active involvement of these newly raised battalions. This is the Bhairav Battalion. On the shoulders that you will see that why they are special. They have the sophisticated weapon systems with them, and these are so sophisticated that they carry out the operation almost in line with the special forces of the Indian Army. These snipers that you see, they have been camouflaged in such a manner. I'll request Rawatji to come this way where the Southern Army Commander.
Trained for high-tempo mechanized warfare, the Bhairav commandos move with precision, striking, adapting and blending into the chaos of modern combat.
इस प्रकार से ये एक्शन में आते हैं, एक्चुअली ये घोर नुकसान पहुंचाने की क्षमता रखते हैं दुश्मन के ऊपर, और जिस तरीके से हमने इनको पिछले 4 ही महीने हुए जब से इनको खड़ा किया गया, और वो एक दिन था 4 महीने पहले, और आज का ये दिन है जो आपने कल भरूचवाला में भी देखा और आज अखंड प्रहार में भी देख रहे हैं। जो ये भैरव प्लेटून है, जो ये जो भैरव की जो बटालियन है, जिसकी 2 असॉल्ट टीमें हैं, किस प्रकार से और क्या क्षमता रखती है। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो हमने इन लोगों को खड़ा किया, और ये आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर के निर्देश अनुसार था, इनको सन ऑफ द सॉइल कॉन्सेप्ट पे खड़ा किया गया, यानी कि इस पलटन की भैरव बटालियन जो है, इसमें 83% जवान जो हैं या रेगिस्तान या राजस्थान के रहने वाले हैं। तो ये इस कण-कण, इस ज़मीन के कण-कण से वाकिफ़ है, और इस एरिया में इतनी भली भांति समाज आते हैं कि जो ये आउटपुट निकालते हैं। मेरा ये मानना है कि जिस प्रकार से ये लोकल यहाँ के रिक्रूटेड फौज है, पहली बात। दूसरा, इनके पास नए औजार, नई तकनीकी इक्विपमेंट से ये लोग लैस हैं। तो जिस प्रकार से ये दुश्मन के ऊपर बरस सकते हैं दिए हुए किसी भी टास्क पर, इनका जो टास्किंग ऑर्डर है वो एक घातक प्लेटून जो कि एक इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में होती है, और जो हमारी SF बटालियंस हैं उनके बीच की इनकी हरकत रहती है। इनका तभी इनको लाइट कमांडो बटालियन का ओहदा दिया गया है, और एक लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के चलते ये जो भैरव बटालियन है, ये टैक्टिकल लेवल मल्टी डोमेन टास्किंग कर सकती है। टैक्टिकल लेवल पर मल्टी डोमेन टास्किंग का अंजाम भली भांति कर सकती है। और मुझे आज ये बताते हुए बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि ये जो भैरव बटालियन, जिसका नॉमेनक्लेचर नंबर 2 भैरव बटालियन है, ये 12 कोर का एक हिस्सा है, और 4 महीने पहले इन्हें खड़ा किया गया था, और आज इस एक्सरसाइज के माध्यम से, अखंड प्रहार के माध्यम से इन्हें ऑपरेशनली वैलिडेट किया है, और ये हर एक प्रकार के ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देने के लिए पूरी तरीके से सक्षम है, और एक प्रभावशाली तरीके से दिए हुए टास्क का अंजाम को एक सफलतापूर्वक अचीव कर सकते हैं।
As the final phase unfolds, helicopters return, this time for casualty evacuation under simulated hostile conditions. Flying under radar threat, pilots execute rescue landings, retrieving the wounded from the active zone.
In the active war zone, there lies a possibility of the damage that takes place, and for the casualty evacuation, I'll request Rawatji to directly go to that very place that where this casualty evacuation is taking place. This is the Cheetah and the Chetak helicopters that have been pressed into the action. They have picked the casualty, and now they are moving back. These are the specialized pilots that are used for this evacuation, because this evacuation takes place in the active war zone, and there lies a possibility that the evacuation that has gone to that very area, that might also become the collateral damage in the same. But what is being done, that they fly at a height where they are almost invisible to the enemy. They move with an active backup support from the ground troops as well as from the aerial support, so that they can take out the casualties, because in the war zone it is equally important to save lives than to kill the enemies. So that is what exactly is being done on the ground by the Indian Armed Forces as they evacuate the casualties from here.
In the blazing heat of the desert, India's armed forces have just tested tomorrow's war. From the sands of Jaisalmer to the skies above, exercise Akhand Prahar stands as a statement. Seamless, reliant, ready.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings, built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw and imagine.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV or watching live this morning. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. We're continuously covering the aftermath of the Delhi blast, where all is investigation headed. Now there's a confirmation that it was indeed Dr. Umar who was in fact driving that I-20 car that blasted in the Red Fort area. And this is what the DNA test has confirmed. We'll get you all the updates on the investigation and much more. Here are the headlines first that we are tracking. Prime Minister Modi convenes emergency CCS meeting after Red Fort blast. The centre officially declares the car bombing a heinous terrorist incident. CCS directs agencies to ensure a swift professional probe into the Delhi blast. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says all perpetrators will be identified and punished. Terrorist Dr. Muzammil met his Pakistan handler in Turkey. Another meeting was planned in Afghanistan. Probe into Delhi blast reveals possible plot for 20 coordinated attacks across North India, each with up to 100 kgs of explosives stored in Faridabad. Faridabad police seized suspect Umar Nabi's red EcoSport car linked to the Delhi blast. One more person arrested from the parking site. And Karnataka Minister Zahir Ahmed calls Delhi blast a political conspiracy. BJP slams Congress for giving Pakistan a clean chit in a suspected terror attack. All right, viewers, at the top of 8, we have big breaking news coming in. Republic has accessed the first photo of terrorist Umar Nabi from the moment when he visited the mosque near the Turkman Gate in the national capital, and this a couple of hours before he carried out the blast near the Red Fort. So this is the exclusive picture. This is the first picture of Umar Nabi that you can see on Republic TV from the moment when he visited the mosque near Turkman Gate, and this is couple of hours before he carried out the blast near Red Fort. It is just moments before the blast took place. Our colleague Jatin is now joining us on the phone line for more details. Jatin, this is an exclusive. Republic has accessed the first photo of terrorist Umar Nabi from the moment when he visited the mosque near Turkman Gate. Give us more details.
तक जो उमर की जितनी भी फोटोज आई, हर फोटो में वो मास्क लगाए हुए आपको नजर आ रहा था, लेकिन ये पहली तस्वीर है जिसमें उमर का जो फेस है बहुत क्लियर नजर आ रहा है। तुर्कमान गेट की फजल इलाही मस्जिद है, यहाँ पर ये 10 तारीख को पहुंचा था लाल किले पहुंचने से पहले। ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि तकरीबन 1:30 से 2 बजे के बीच में जो वहां पे सीसीटीवी कैमरे लगे थे उसमें उमर की जो मूवमेंट है वो कैप्चर की गई। वो मस्जिद के अंदर जाता है, फजल इलाही मस्जिद के अंदर जाता है, तकरीबन 10 मिनट उस मस्जिद के अंदर रुकता है और उसके बाद बाहर निकल के अपनी गाड़ी में, जो कि I-20 गाड़ी थी जिसके अंदर ब्लास्ट हुआ लाल किले के बाहर, उसमें बैठता है और उसके बाद लाल किले की तरफ उसकी मूवमेंट जो है वो सीसीटीवी ट्रेल में पुलिस को कैप्चर हुई है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि वो 10 तारीख को ना सिर्फ इस मस्जिद के पास बल्कि तकरीबन आधी दिल्ली वो गाड़ी से घूमता रहा, क्योंकि दिल्ली के अंदर वो 8 बजे के अराउंड एंटर कर जाता है फरीदाबाद बदरपुर बॉर्डर से। तो मस्जिद में वो क्या करने गया था, किसी से मिलने गया था, नमाज अदा करने गया था, इसको लेकर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। और इस मस्जिद के बारे में बताएं तो ये जमात का एक मदरसा भी इसको बोल सकते हैं। जिस तरीके से निजामुद्दीन में मरकज है, उस मरकज से अलग होकर कुछ लोगों ने यहाँ पर एक अलग मरकज या मदरसा बनाने की जो कोशिश है वो की गई थी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, उमर की ये पहली तस्वीर है जिसमें वो बिना मास्क लगाए आपको नजर आ रहा है। आपने लाल किले के बाहर का सीसीटीवी देखा, उसमें भी उसने मास्क लगाया हुआ था। आपने बदरपुर बॉर्डर का सीसीटीवी देखा जिसमें वो दिल्ली में एंटर करता है गाड़ी लेकर, तब भी उसने मास्क लगाया हुआ था। लेकिन तुर्कमान गेट की इस मस्जिद के बाहर उसकी मूवमेंट कैप्चर की गई है। किन से मिल रहा था, किन से बात कर रहा था, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का अभी भी जो पॉइंट आउट है उसको लेकर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। लेकिन ये पहली तस्वीर उमर की सेंट्रल दिल्ली के इलाका है, तुर्कमान गेट है, और वहाँ की एक मस्जिद में इसकी जो मूवमेंट है वो ब्लास्ट के कुछ घंटों पहले जो है वो कैप्चर की गई। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
जी, ये बताइए कि जो कल पुलिस ने
कोशिश करिए कि आखिरकार उस पेन ड्राइव के अंदर क्या ऐसी जानकारी है जो उस पेन ड्राइव को छुपाया हुआ था, क्योंकि उसको भी डिकोड किया जाएगा जिससे तमाम जो जानकारी है वो निकलकर सामने आएगी। लेकिन कहा जा सकता है कि फरीदाबाद का अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी एक तरह से बेस बनाया हुआ था और उसी बेस के अंदर जो थे आतंकी यानी कि डॉक्टर उमर और जो बाकी इनके सहयोगी थे वहाँ पे मीटिंग करते थे और आगे किस तरीके से रणनीति बनानी है वहाँ पे तैयारी की जाती थी, किस किस लोकेशन पे आतंकियों को भेजना है, कौन कौन से जगह की रैकी करनी है, वो तमाम जो चीजें हैं उस 13 नंबर के कमरे के अंदर डिस्कस होती थी। जी।
All right, we are connecting with our reporter there, but this is the big news that we are tracking at this moment, and that is Republic has accessed the first photo of terrorist Umar Nabi. And remember, this is the only picture one can see his face clearly, as a reporter was telling us that in the other pictures that were seen of him through various CCTV footage, on all of these he was where we were seeing him masked. Sahil is now joining us. Sahil, please continue.
रेट्स कर रही है क्योंकि पूरा जो मॉड्यूल है वो जम्मू कश्मीर से चलता है और दिल्ली एनसीआर तक पहुंचता है। उसके बाद प्लानिंग की जाती है कि कौन कौन स्टेट जो है उनके निशाने पे है, उनके आका कौन है, उनके आका ने उनको क्या हुक्म दिया हुआ है कि किस तरीके से जो धमाका है वो स्टेट्स के अंदर करना है। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से दिल्ली के लाल किले के पास धमाका हुआ है ये बात साफ तौर पर क्लियर हो चुकी है कि ये फिदायन हमला है और उसी हमले के तहत कई लोगों की मृत्यु हुई थी। लेकिन अब कौन सा स्टेट इनके टारगेट पे था वो जानकारी जो है वो एजेंसी पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल के अलावा जो है जांच एनआईए को सौंपी जा चुकी है और एनआईए की जो टीमें है वो अलग अलग लोकेशन पे रेड्स कर रही है, क्वेश्चनिंग कर रही है, क्योंकि जो इसमें मुजल्लिम है वो एक मेन आतंकी है, सस्पेक्ट है और पूरी जानकारी जो है वही एजेंसी से साझा कर रहा है कि क्या क्या प्लानिंग थी, क्या रूट जो था इन्होंने बनाया था दिल्ली के अंदर प्रवेश करने के लिए, लाल किले के पास किस तरीके से पहुंचे। क्योंकि लाल किले से पहले जो था डॉक्टर उमर वो दिल्ली के तमाम अलग अलग जिलों के अंदर गाड़ी लेकर घूमता है और आखिर में लाल किले पे आकर जो है ब्लास्ट कर देता है। तो जैसे जैसे परतें खुलती जा रही है वैसे वैसे जानकारी जो है वो सामने आ रही है, लेकिन एजेंसीज का भी ये कहना है कि इसमें और गिरफ्तारी हो सकती है, हो सकता है कि इसमें अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की कोई और जो डॉक्टर्स है वो भी इसमें शामिल हो, लेकिन एजेंसीज
All right, so the investigations are continuing. Let's go back to our colleague Jatin. Jatin, over to you.
बिल्कुल, देखिए हर पहलू पर इसको इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा रहा है और अब अलग अलग एलिमेंट इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं। सबसे बड़ा एलिमेंट इस केस में विस्फोटक को लेकर है कि कैसे अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी जो कि फरीदाबाद में है वो दिल्ली ब्लास्ट का एक एपिक सेक्टर बनती जा रही है। उसके पीछे रीजन बहुत सारे हैं, लेकिन इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो हमें बता रही है कि अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर बिल्डिंग नंबर 17 है। 17 नंबर बिल्डिंग में एक रूम है जिसका नंबर है 13। वहां पर मुजम्मिल को जो रूम है वो अलॉट किया गया था और अमूमन चाहे वो मुजम्मिल हो और उमर को लेकर जो ट्रेसेस मिल रहे हैं, या आपको याद होगा जो लखनऊ की महिला डॉक्टर जो इसी यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाती है शाहीन, उन सभी के जो ट्रेसेस है वहां पर मिले हैं। तो कमरा नंबर 13 में किस तरीके की प्लानिंग की जाती थी विस्फोटक को बनाने के लिए, ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल हैं जो कि अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा बने हुए हैं। पुलिस जो कल वहां पर पहुंची थी, दिल्ली पुलिस के स्पेशल सेल, फरीदाबाद की क्राइम ब्रांच और एनआईए के टॉप ऑफिसर्स, उन्होंने उस रूम से कुछ डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट भी रिकवर किए हैं, जिसमें कुछ लैपटॉप्स हैं, कुछ पेन ड्राइव्स हैं। उन सभी की जांच बहुत तेजी से की जा रही है। लेकिन इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अलग अलग कोड वर्ड का जिक्र भी सामने आ रहा है। ये वो कोड वर्ड है जो कि ये लोग आपस में बात करने के लिए इस्तेमाल करते थे, इनक्रिप्टेड ऐप का इस्तेमाल करते थे आपस में बात करने के लिए। कुछ सीजन ऐप बताई जा रही है, कुछ टेलीग्राम के पेजेस बताए जा रहे हैं जिसमें ये लोग आपस में बात करते थे और विस्फोटक ना लिखकर, कोई एक्सप्लोजन ना लिखकर उसको शिपमेंट और पैकेज के तौर पर उन शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया जाता था। तो शिपमेंट और पैकेज जैसे वर्डों का इस्तेमाल करके गुमराह करना ताकि कोई भी इनकी चैट को रिकवर ना कर पाए, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की नजर इनकी बातचीत पर ना पड़े, तो इसलिए ये कोड वर्ड का भी इस्तेमाल करते थे। लेकिन कल जिस तरीके से हमने सबसे पहले तुर्की कनेक्शन दिखाया था, उस तुर्की कनेक्शन को लेकर भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन सोर्सेज का ये कहना है कि वहां पर बैठा एक हैंडल जिसकी लोकेशन सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज को ट्रेस हुई है, वो लगातार इनको डायरेक्शन दे रहा था, क्योंकि अभी तक किसके कहने पर ये पूरा मूवमेंट चल रहा था, इसको लेकर क्लियरिटी नहीं थी। लेकिन अब तुर्की में बैठे हैंडलर का नाम सामने आ रहा है। अब वो हैंडलर भी एक कोडवर्ड है या कहीं और बैठ के उसमें तुर्की का एंगल डाला गया है, ये तमाम ऐसी बातें हैं जो कि जैसे जैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन बढ़ रही है उसमें चीजें क्लियर होती हुई नजर आएंगी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि तमाम सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज, अलग अलग स्टेट की पुलिस, जिसमें फरीदाबाद की क्राइम ब्रांच शामिल है, दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल शामिल है, यूपी ATF शामिल है, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस शामिल है, और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट NIA हर एंगल पर इस मामले की जांच कर रही है।
Right, Jatin, stay with us because we are just coming back to you. Let's get our viewers some more breaking news that is coming in the Delhi blast case. There are more updates that are coming in, and according to sources, approximately 8 suspects had considered to carry out serial blasts at 4 locations. These suspects had planned to carry 4 attacks on 4 different cities. Each group consisted of 2 members, making a total of 4 groups, and each group was to carry several IEDs, that is improvised explosive devices. And according to the plan, all the teams were to carry out blasts simultaneously in 4 cities. And security agencies are now investigating the activities and the network of these suspects. Jatin, if you can give us more details on this entire plan.
बिल्कुल सीरियल ब्लास्ट करने का इनका पूरी प्लानिंग थी, और इसी के चलते ये जो लीड्स हैं वो अब सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को मिल रही है। जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि तकरीबन 8 ऐसे लोग हैं, संदिग्ध हैं, जिनको लेकर अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। ये 8 लोग कौन है, इसमें क्या वो उमर, मुजम्मिल, शाहीन, ये सब लोग शामिल थे, या ये उसके अलावा 8 लोग हैं जो लोग अभी तक जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार भी किए, उनसे भी इसके बारे में जानकारी मिल रही है। क्योंकि कुछ ऐसे चैट्स सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज ने इनक्रिप्टेड किए, उन चैट्स में लगातार 4 शहरों का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। 2-2 लोगों की टीम बनाने की बात की जा रही है कि हर टीम में 2 लोग होंगे। आईडी किस तरीके से बनानी है, उसको इम्प्रोवाइज किस तरीके से करना है, उसको लेकर बातचीत की जा रही है। और यही कारण है कि सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को इन्वेस्टिगेशन में लीड मिली कि 4 शहर, 4 बड़ी सिटीज इनके रडार पर थे। इनकी प्लानिंग थी कि इन चारों ही शहरों में एक साथ ब्लास्ट करेंगे, एक ही टाइम पर ब्लास्ट करेंगे। आईडी जो कि हाईली एक्सप्लोजिव डालकर उसका इस्तेमाल किया जाना था, और 8 लोगों का एक पूरा ग्रुप इसको लेकर सेटअप किया गया था। हालांकि इन 8 लोगों की आइडेंटिटी के बारे में, इस 8 लोगों में क्या मुजम्मिल भी शामिल था, उमर शामिल था, शाहीन शामिल था, इसको लेकर अभी क्लियरिटी नहीं है। उनका कहना है कि अभी वो जांच कर रहे हैं, या इनके अलावा अलग से 8 लोग, क्योंकि ये पूरा नेक्सस सिर्फ कुछ लोगों का नहीं है, बल्कि जो व्हाइट कॉलर टेररिज्म की आप बात कर रहे हैं उसमें भी जुड़े काफी लोग हैं। और कल भी कुछ डॉक्टर्स को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने कश्मीर से गिरफ्तार किया था। तो जिस तरीके से ये नेटवर्क बढ़ रहा था, और सबसे बड़ी बात कि दिल्ली से महज 50 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर 2900 किलो 2900 केजीज एक्सप्लोसिव का वहां पर होना, अमोनियम नाइट्रेट का वहां पर होना, ताकि मूवमेंट बहुत आसानी से हो, दिल्ली के बेहद नजदीक उसको रखना, अलग अलग लोकेशंस पर आसानी से मूव किया जाए, उसको कोडवर्ड के तौर पर इस्तेमाल करना, ये अपने आप में कई सवाल खड़े करता है। लेकिन 4 शहर इनके टारगेट में थे। कल 2 शहर के बारे में क्लियरिटी भी मिली थी कि अयोध्या और वाराणसी को ये निशाना बना सकते हैं, कोई रिलीजियस प्लेसेस को ये निशाना बना सकते हैं। अमूमन अभी तक जो भी ट्रेसेस मिल रहे हैं उसमें बहुत क्लियर है कि भीड़ भाड़ वाले इलाके जहाँ पे क्राउड सबसे ज्यादा होता है, उन जगहों को ये लोग टारगेट करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। यही कारण था कि 26 जनवरी को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश थी, दिवाली पे एक बड़ा धमाका करने की कोशिश थी। उसी के चलते उससे पहले एक्सप्लोजिव दिल्ली के बेहद नजदीक फरीदाबाद में इकट्ठा किया गया था, और उसके अलावा पंजाब में इनके एक्सप्लोजिव करने की कोशिश थी। वो जगह जो कि हिंदी बेल्ट भी है, और दूसरी बात क्राउडेड सबसे ज्यादा है, वो इनके निशाने पर थे। और उन्हीं लीड्स को कैरी फॉरवर्ड करते हुए जो इनपुट सोशल मीडिया, डार्क वेब पर जो इनकी चैट्स होती थी, उनको लगातार रिकवर करके आगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। बैक टू स्टूडियो। जी
जतिन, जहाँ तक इन्वेस्टिगेशंस का सवाल है, तो कल जिस तरह से डॉक्टर उमर नबी की जो EcoSport गाड़ी है वो भी अब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने कॉन्फिस्केट कर ली है। ये बताइए कि अभी फिलहाल और जांच किस डायरेक्शन में जा रही है?
देखिए, मैं जो कल स्थिति की बैठक हुई थी उसमें इसको एक्ट ऑफ टेररिज्म का बिल्कुल बताया गया। तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन टेरर एंगल पर ही चल रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन इनके हैंडलर को ढूंढने के लिए चल रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन तुर्की कनेक्शन को लेकर चल रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस पूरे मॉड्यूल में और कितने लोग हैं उसको लेकर चल रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन व्हाइट कॉलर टेररिज्म को लेकर चल रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन जैश ए मोहम्मद का जो विंग जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुत एक्टिव है, जिसको FAPP का बोला जाता है, उसको लेकर चल रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन क्या आदिल ही तनवीर है उसको लेकर चल रही है, क्योंकि तनवीर जो कि हर आतंकी हमले की जिम्मेदारी सोशल मीडिया पर लेता था, उसको लेकर चल रही है। और कितने लोग इसमें शामिल हैं उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा रहा है। साथ ही इन लोगों की मदद जो अभी तक गिरफ्तार किए गए, चाहे वो आदिल हो, चाहे वो मुजम्मिल हो, शाहिद हो, इन सभी लोगों की मदद कौन कर रहा था उसको लेकर चल रही है। उन लोगों को ट्रेस किया जा रहा है जो लॉजिस्टिक प्रोवाइड कराने में फाइनेंशियली तौर पर इनकी मदद करते थे, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में इनकी मदद करते थे, इनको किराए पे मकान दिलाने के लिए मदद करते थे, उन लोगों को लेकर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। साथ ही ये नेटवर्क कब से चल रहा था, देश के किन किन शहरों में इनके नेटवर्क बने हुए हैं, कौन लोग इनको सपोर्ट करते हैं, उनको लेकर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। साथ ही इनके पास से जो इनके रूम से कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं उसको बताया एनालाइज किया जा रहा है, उसमें काफी कोड वर्ड है, उनको इनक्रिप्ट करने का काम किया जा रहा है। सबसे बड़ी बात कि सभी लोग कोऑर्डिनेशन से इस पूरे मामले जो दिल्ली लाल किले के बाहर ब्लास्ट हुआ उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं, जिसमें जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस शामिल है। वहां से उनको जो लीड मिलती है, दिल्ली में बैठी जम्मू कश्मीर की CID उसको दिल्ली पुलिस के स्पेशल सेल और NIA के साथ शेयर करते हैं। स्पेशल सेल फरीदाबाद क्राइम ब्रांच के टच में है और लगातार उनके साथ मिलकर रेड कंडक्ट की जा रही है। और यूपी ATF भी इसमें यूपी के और वेस्टर्न यूपी के जो शहर है वहां पर इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं। तो हर पहलू पर टेरर एंगल पर मॉड्यूल पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी की जा रही है।
All right. Thank you so much, Jatin, for getting us all the updates as investigations is continuing on various fronts. And the investigators are looking at different facets of this terror module. Thank you so much. All right, so investigations are intensifying into the Delhi terror attack, and this is the FSL team. And the idea is to collect samples. So these are the live visuals that we are getting at the moment. Investigation into the Delhi terror attack is continuing and intensifying. So as our colleague Jatin was telling us, the different angles that the probe agencies are looking at. Of course, the probe into the terror doctors with notorious links to Pakistan terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed, that is the focal point of the security agencies. Meanwhile, on the ground, the agencies are continuing to take samples. All right, these are the visuals from the blast site from New Delhi. And the FSL team there. Remember, the FSL team had reached the spot immediately after the blast, the morning thereafter. All right. Our senior editor Niranjan is now joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, if you could just take us through the visuals that are coming in from the blast site in New Delhi.
Well, there's a live operation that is currently underway. And in this operation, as we speak, this is from the blast site close to the Red Fort. And this is an operation that is on where there are different, members of different agencies who are scouring the site. So this is a live situation as we speak, and we're looking at the pictures of the police teams, the ATS teams, the NIA, the NSG. We are told that different teams are present on the spot. We don't have much details as of this minute of what exactly they are looking for, but what I can confirm to you is that the forensic team is trying to find more clues. Now, we don't know whether they're looking for the aftermath of the blast or whether this is linked to the blast itself at the Red Fort, but it appears to be on top of a building, on the terrace of a building. You can see the forensic teams with the box there. There's a live operation early morning on Thursday what they also found is the remain of someone's hand. I think that it was the impact of the explosion. They have found an arm, a piece of the arm of someone's forearm, we are told. This is a forearm that has been found at the blast site. And we are waiting for more details. Of course, you can see a white carry bag. One of the forensic experts, they're holding a white carry bag. Now, in that white carry bag, we are hearing that, they've collected some samples. And the fact that there was a forearm there, this is a few meters from the blast site at the Red Fort. There was a forearm found on the top of this terrace, and we are told that it perhaps, maybe they're looking at whether it belonged to the bomber itself. We don't have more details on that. So it's an evolving situation once again. I mean, since last night we've had back-to-back developments. Developments of, you had the CCTV come in for the first time. You saw the closed circuit, visual of what really happened on Tuesday when the blast took place. And now you're looking at the pictures on Monday, I beg your pardon. And now we're looking at the investigation continue at the blast site. This is perhaps for the first time that we are seeing that the police, the forensic experts, the FSL teams will stay on these pictures. We shouldn't move out of these pictures because this is a live situation, like I said. ANI, look at that. That's a forearm. That's a forearm. I repeat, that's a forearm. You just saw them putting a forearm there. A burnt-out forearm. It appeared like a burnt-out forearm. And we can just slow-mo that video there. You can just slow-mo that video. Look at that. You can see the forensic expert, one of the forensics there at the team, at the site. She picks up a forearm. Look at that. She picks that up, and she helps herself up, and she puts it in a white carry bag, and she gives it to the police officer. So this is an early morning development on Thursday, and we are looking at the forensic experts at a particular site close to the blast. A few meters away from the blast, perhaps. A few meters away from the blast site, close to Red Fort Metro Station. So how close is it to the blast site? We don't have the exact detail, but we should be able to pick up more details of that. But what we know is that this is very, very close to the spot right behind the Jain temple. I repeat, these are visuals from right behind the Jain temple, very, very close to the blast site, about 100 to 150 meters from the blast site. So we know that on the day of the explosion, some body parts were spotted near the mandir, and the pictures showed that, because of the impact of the blast, some of the body parts were found near the temple, etc., and even the car parts that remained. Those car parts were seen flung almost 200 meters from the blast site due to the intensity of the explosion, and we are now seeing that some of the body parts or whatever evidence that they can gather, by the way. And another breaking news update that we had this morning is that the DNA of Umar Nabi has matched 100%, or rather, should I say, the DNA of the bomber of the car has matched 100% with the family of Umar Nabi, which makes it clear that he was the Delhi bomber. He was in the car. And Umar Nabi, one of the terror doctors, the man behind the wheel who triggered the explosion, the blast, it's now being categorically said that it was a blast triggered. It was a terror attack. The cabinet committee note last night confirmed it was a terror attack. So it is clear that he pulled the trigger by design right outside the Red Fort, metro station. Let me also tell you that a DNA test has now confirmed that the man who carried out the blast near the Red Fort was Dr. Umar Nabi, the terror doctor Umar Nabi. And after the blast, his leg was stuck between the steering wheel and the accelerator. These are extremely gory details, but it is what it is. We have to be a little detailed and graphic about it because this is what is happening in the course of the investigation. The investigators believe that it was his leg, a part of his leg, rather, was stuck between the steering wheel and the accelerator, and his DNA sample is now completely matched with that of his mother. And more importantly, what you're looking at are these pictures. A few minutes back, if we can go back to the picture, once again, I'm staying on only this one visual because it is important right now. It's the defining image of this morning. You had two defining images, one which came in about 10 o'clock last night, 10:30 last night, of the CCTV of the blast, the moment of the blast. And right now, a forearm has been found. I repeat, we'll keep all the details on the bottom of the screen. A forearm has been found a few meters away from the blast site, and forensic experts are there, and they continue to cordon off the entire site. And you can see this lady forensic expert, the sleuth, it's a very gory visual. She picks up that forearm, puts it in a carry bag, and then she hands it over. That is why this particular site becomes extremely critical right now for investigators. And one more detail is coming in right now. The ATS has detained another Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in the Delhi blast, and he was in contact with Shaheen, the terror doctor. We are putting out those details right now. We'll stay with these pictures, but I'm giving you more details as we speak. Early this morning, breaking news update. And Lal Killa metro station remains closed, but that's not really the breaking news right now, so we don't really need that on the screen. We'll give you more breaking news updates. The other breaking news update is that another doctor has been detained. We're giving you the details of that doctor, and we have a photo of that doctor as well. The doctor was in contact with Shaheen, and Uttar Pradesh ATS has detained Dr. Mohammad Arif. His name is Mohammad Arif. He's a cardiology student from Jammu and Kashmir. He's from the Cardiology Institute in Kanpur in connection with the Delhi blast case, and according to sources, Arif was in contact with Shaheen, the terror doctor, the lady who was supposed to head the Jaish module. And during the investigation, Shaheen's phone records were examined. Arif's name surfaced. Arif is a student of NEET 2024 batch, lived in a rented house in Ashoknagar, Kanpur, and the ATS team picked him up from his rented house for questioning. He's being questioned right now, so that's the breaking news update, that he's being questioned right now. And as we speak, more details coming in, and we are on the live shot, and this is a live shot of the blast site where forensic experts, sleuths, have just picked up the hand of, we don't know whether the forearm belonged to the bomber, but body parts still being found close to the blast site, and there's a live operation. So that area was right behind the Jain Mandir. One of the defining images when the blast took place, with the aftermath of the blast, a raw video that we saw of a YouTuber who was shooting a video, and you could see the impact of the blast. And one of the defining images in the immediate aftermath of the blast was how a huge ball of fire was seen behind the temple. And in the course of our reporting, we have been able to tell you that because of the intensity of the blast, several body parts, was strewn all over that particular area. And I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Red Fort blast accused Muzammil, another terror doctor, Adil, Umar, Shaheen together collected approximately 2 million in cash. 2 million in cash would mean 20 lakh rupees in cash, which was handed over to Umar. There's a breaking news update coming in, so we'll put the breaking news plates as well, BBG. And 20 lakh rupees were collected by the terror doctors, which was handed over to Umar, who later purchased over 20 quintals of NPK fertilizer. NPK fertilizer valued at almost 3 million or 30 lakh rupees from Gurugram, Nu and surrounding areas to prepare IEDs. So this is another breaking news update that we're getting in right now. 20 quintals of NPK fertilizer valued at least 30 lakh rupees from Gurugram, Nu and surrounding areas to prepare IEDs. There was also a financial dispute we are hearing between Umar and Dr. Muzammil. Umar had created a group of 2 to 4 members on the Signal app. They use Signal app to coordinate is the other breaking news update that we have. So I'm repeating all the breaking news update that we have right now. One, the financial dispute between Umar and Muzammil. Second, Umar creating a group of 2 to 4 members on the Signal app and 3, that they had collected 3 lakh rupees to purchase fertilizer, explosives from Gurugram, New, surrounding areas to prepare IEDs, and 4, that Muzammil, Adil, Umar, the terror doctors, along with Shaheen, had collected approximately 2 lakh rupees, to 2 million or 20 lakh rupees in cash, which was handed over to Umar. So we're picking up the pieces and gathering more details of this conspiracy this morning, this Thursday morning, as we look at the different pictures that are coming in from different parts of the Delhi NCR region. And Delhi NCR has become the focus of this investigation because Faridabad is very centrally located, very close to Gurugram, very close to Delhi, close to Noida, close to Greater Noida, close to Ghaziabad. And their plan was to perhaps use Faridabad as a base to spread terror and attack most of the cities across the Delhi NCR region. And we are picking up back-to-back breaking news details. So we'll go back to the 10-11 conspiracy jackets and the overall angle on Republic. And we're getting you every aspect. In fact, there are about 10 to 15 different breaking angles that we've got this morning, which we will be getting you in just a bit. We are completely on this story, and on top of it, we will get our reporters live as well from the location in a short while from now. And another aspect that we can go back to and discuss is also how 3 more cars were yet to be prepared with explosives. So we can break that as well. We can break that 3 more cars were yet to be prepared with explosives like Omar's I-20. Look at that. It's not 1, 2, 3. I mean, we've lost count of how many, blasts they had planned. In fact, we are now told, let's put that out. They were prepared to load at least 3 more cars. I repeat, 3 more cars were to be prepared like Umar's I-20. Like the Hyundai I-20, 3 more cars were going to be loaded with explosives. According to Haryana police, the doctors, the terror doctors who were posing as doctors, the terror doctors and the Jaish terrorists on the ground had a big plan, not just Delhi, several locations including Ayodhya and Prayagraj. The breaking news update, Ayodhya and Prayagraj were their target. Ayodhya and Prayagraj were the target. Groups of 8 terrorists were prepared in groups of 2. So 8 terrorists in all were prepared in groups of 2. And second-hand cars were being arranged for the blast at each of these locations. And we are told that in addition to the I-20, the Hyundai I-20, which was owned by Umar, 2 more cars, including a red Ford EcoSport, they were going to be loaded with explosives, and they were being prepared. 2 groups were going to be ready, and before the date of the blast could be finalized, some of these doctors, including Muzammil, were arrested. And if the conspiracy between the university and the doctors had not been exposed by the Jammu and Kashmir police, perhaps the conspiracy to carry out 4 to 5 simultaneous blasts in different parts of the country would have been hatched. So not just Delhi NCR, we are now being told that the blast could have been in different parts of... we can change the visuals as well, and we can show you the visuals of the car, because Hyundai I-20 is a focus, Ford EcoSport is a focus. There were many more cars that were going to be loaded with explosives. So these are breaking news updates this Thursday morning. We are getting back-to-back details of the investigation. Yes.
Absolutely, viewers. So there are multiple breaking news that Niranjan has been talking to us about. And of course, the visuals earlier were from the Delhi, but this is the car visuals. And remember, 3 more cars were yet to be prepared with explosives like Omar's I-20 car. And that is what Niranjan has been telling us. Not just Delhi, several other locations including Ayodhya and Prayagraj were the targets. And group of 8 terrorists were prepared in group of 2. And all the second-hand cars were arranged for the blasts at each location. So of course we do know about the white I-20 Hyundai car that was used at the Red Fort blast. Apart from that, the red EcoSport car. But now we are told that 3 more cars were yet to be prepared with explosives like Omar's I-20 car. So in addition to the I-20 car owned by Omar, 2 more cars including a red EcoSport were yet to be prepared with explosives. But before the date of the blast could be finalized, terrorist doctors including Muzaffar were arrested. And if the conspiracy between the university and the doctors had not been exposed by the Jammu and Kashmir police, the conspiracy to carry out 4 to 5 simultaneous blasts in different parts of the country would have been hatched. So now number of developments in fact are taking place right now. Niranjan, over to you.
Yeah, so we are giving you the different details right now, and there are 4 or 5 breaking news bits of information that we are picking up, that our news teams are picking up this morning, and you know, our reporters are in different locations right now. 3 cars were going to be prepared with explosives like that of Umar's I-20 car. Secondly, according to the Haryana police, the doctors who were posing as doctors had a massive plan to bomb not just Delhi but different parts. So what I suggest is, Aishwarya, you can just check the groups right now, and there are 4 or 5 bits of breaking information. I'll be coming live in about 1 minute. If you can just recap every bit of information, I will be joining you live in just a minute.
Sure. So Niranjan is going to join us live in a bit. Meanwhile, let us just take you through what is happening, and as Niranjan has been telling us, that what is most significant now is the revelation that it was not just Omar's I-20 car, but there were other cars as well. In fact, of course, yesterday one Ford EcoSport car was taken into custody, but now 3 more cars were actually to be prepared with explosives like Omar's I-20 car. And not just Delhi, several other locations, and that includes Ayodhya and Prayagraj were the actual targets, and group of 8 terrorists were prepared in groups of 2. And in addition to the I-20 car owned by Omar, 2 more cars including a red EcoSport were to be prepared with explosives. But thankfully, before even the date of the blast could be finalized, several terrorist doctors including Muzaffar were arrested. And if the conspiracy between this university and the doctors had not been exposed by the Jammu and Kashmir, who knows, this conspiracy to carry out 4 to 5 simultaneous blasts in different parts of the country, in fact, could have been hashed and could have been carried out. But thankfully, that J&K arrest led to the entire conspiracy unraveling. And another important information that in fact Niranjan has been giving us is about the DNA test. And Dr. Omar Muhammad, who was indeed the one who was driving the I-20 car that exploded near Red Fort. And this is what the DNA tests have confirmed. The NIA, remember, has taken over the investigation, and the DNA test shows, in fact, confirms that it was Dr. Umar who was driving the I-20 that exploded near the Red Fort. And as Niranjan has been also telling us about another arrest in the case, and the picture that you can see on your screen is the that of another doctor. This is ATS has now detained Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in the Delhi blast case. Niranjan, we can see this picture on our screens. We are showing to our viewers, and this is about a new arrest in the case. The ATS has detained a Jammu doctor for questioning in the Delhi blast case. If you can give us more details on that.
So this is a breaking news input that we've just got into our newsrooms right now. We have some details of this doctor who's been detained. So he was in touch with Shaheen, the terror doctor. Shaheen was a key member of this module that planned to bomb the Delhi NCR region. Shaheen Saeed is from Lucknow, was recruited to be the Jaish woman bomber. The Jaish women's cell chief in India. She was going to head the women's cell in India. And this particular doctor, who's been identified as Dr. Muhammad Arif. Now, he's a suspect at this point, and he's been picked up because he was a suspect. Let me tell you a little bit more about what we know so far. This is the ATS, the anti-terror squad that has detained Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in the Delhi blast. He was in contact with Shaheen. Uttar Pradesh ATS has detained Muhammad Arif. He was a student of cardiology, from Jammu and Kashmir. He was from the Cardiology Institute in Kanpur, and he's been detained in connection with the blast case. Now, primarily what we know is that Arif was in touch with Shaheen. So you can see him here, once again a student of medicine, once again a student from Jammu and Kashmir. Once again, he was chosen by Shaheen to perhaps, she was working on him. Primary information suggesting that Shaheen's phone records have shown her contact with Arif, the picture that you see on your screen right now. So Shaheen was in touch with Arif. What his exact role is, we don't know. His name surfaced during the investigation. What we know about Arif is that he's a student of NEET 2024 batch. He lived in a rented accommodation in Ashoknagar, Kanpur, and the ATS teams have picked him up from his rented accommodation for questioning. Now, this is something that we know about Dr. Arif Muhammad. Now, as of this minute, he's only a suspect. So we'll stick to that. We don't know his exact role, so that is why we are saying he's a suspect. But what we would also like to tell you is that this morning, we have details of the conspiracy. Muzammil, Adil, Umar, Shaheen together collected approximately 20 lakh rupees in cash, which was handed over to Umar, and who later purchased about 20 quintals of NPK fertilizer worth 3 million or 30 lakh rupees from Gurugram and Nu and surrounding areas. He was going to prepare the IEDs. There was also a financial dispute between Umar and Muzammil, is what we are hearing this morning. Umar had created a group of 2 to 4 members on the Signal app. Investigating agency sources have confirmed that they used Signal, the app, to communicate with each other. And the plan was to basically collect all this IED, prepare more car bombs. The idea was to prepare more car bombs. Idea was to target several locations. According to the Haryana police sources, doctors who were posing as doctors had a massive plan to trigger blasts, not just Delhi, several locations including Ayodhya and Prayagraj were targeted. We'll get Gaurav Trivedi live. Before we get him on the phone, we'll get him live. Yeah, and groups of 8 terrorists were prepared in groups of 2. So there were 8 terrorists, and they were going to be in groups of 2. So the idea was 4 cars, 2 terrorists each assigned for each car. Yesterday, we had pictures of the red Ford EcoSport. Was supposed to be one of the cars used in the explosion, was being used by Umar Nabi. One of the pictures showed it was Umar Nabi who was handling that car, was found deserted in Faridabad. In connection with that car, another arrest has also been made. But let me tell you that 4 cars were to be used, loaded with explosives. In addition to the Hyundai i20, Ford EcoSport was supposed to be used. 2 more cars yet to be discovered. Now, which these 2 cars, where were these 2 cars? I think we should be able to get those details today. But before the date of the blast could be finalized, several terror doctors, including Muzammil, were arrested, after which the entire plan was foiled. Let me also tell you that if the conspiracy of the university and the doctors had not been exposed by the police, a conspiracy to perhaps carry out 4 to 5 simultaneous blasts in different parts of the country could have been hatched. Now, we're also going to put out details on the screen right now. The red Ford EcoSport car has been searched, or rather is being searched since last evening. It's the subject of investigation in a village called Kandavali village in Faridabad. The NSG, NIA and Faridabad crime branch teams are currently present at the location. The entire area where the car was located has been cordoned off, and searches are being conducted. Homes have been evacuated, and agency will take the vehicle in their custody shortly. Now, these are some more details we are picking up. Let me tell you that there are 4 or 5 aspects, and we had the, if I can show you the CCTV of the moment of the blast, which we were able to capture last night, a little after 10:30 p.m. This is the moment of the blast. This is not the one. We had a closed circuit camera. Last night we had the video of the blast. Can we please show the video of the blast that came in last night? Last night. Yes, this is the video of the blast that came in last night. And in this video, you can see that is the I-20. That is the Hyundai I-20. And this is the latest video of the blast. You can see that it was a crowded area. At least 20 to 30 vehicles seen extremely close, right next to the I-20. There is you can see that the moment the car is blinking, it perhaps had a high beam on. And the next second rather, in a matter of seconds, the high intensity blast just turns everything into smithereens. Everything just blows up. And the impact was seen today, even this morning, on buildings close to the blast site, body parts being found. That was the kind of intensity that we saw of the blast at the Red Fort area. And we have several breaking news updates. This was the latest visual that came in last night. So in case you're watching this, this is the Delhi blast, the most defining visual of the Delhi blast. And look at this, it was slow-moving traffic, and people were at the signal, at least 20 to 30 vehicles, and he triggered the blast, which is now being described as a terror attack by the central government as well. So the idea was to carry out simultaneous blasts like this, at least 4 to 5 blasts, and kill as many people as possible. And Republic TV continues to uncover every aspect of it. Their aim was to prepare more cars, load them with explosives, carry out simultaneous attacks across the country. Perhaps in Delhi NCR, different cities, or outside Delhi NCR, we don't know. But the idea was to have at least 4 cars, 8 terrorists, 2 terrorists in each car, and that was the plan. So were there more than 4? Were there more than 4 terror doctors? Were more terrorists part of the plan? I think today, in the next few minutes, we should be able to get some information. I'm handing it back to you for now. We'll be able to join you with more live updates in just a few minutes. I think we have live updates coming in from different parts of the country, different packages. We'll take those reports and we'll come back to the breaking news updates in just a bit.
All right, Niranjan, thank you for getting us all those updates. Breaking news coming in every moment as investigation is intensifying into the case, and there have been fresh developments that we have been reporting on. As Niranjan has been telling us about, initially we saw those visuals from the national capital where the FSL team had reached, and a forearm, as we showed you those visuals there from the national capital, some were near the blast site where a forearm, a charred remains of a forearm was recovered in the national capital. Those details, of course, we'll get over in the course of the day. All right, let's move on at the moment now. Well, as the probe is intensifying into the Delhi terror attack, the terror doctors with the notorious links to Pakistani terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed are the focal point of the security agencies. Take a look at this detailed report.
On 6:52 p.m. on the 10th of November, a Hyundai i20 car parked with ammonium nitrate detonated in the heart of the national capital. 12 lives lost, and the masterminds behind this crime were doctors. Terror doctors with notorious links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Almost 48 hours since, crucial details are now coming to fore on the conspiracy. This is Adil, a doctor at the Government Medical College of Anantnag. He was picked up on the 5th of November in Saharanpur. He was tasked with setting up a mini recruitment center for the Jaish and executing major terror attacks. He relocated from Srinagar to Saharanpur to lead the group's mission of hoarding arms and ammunitions. Once a medical college lecturer, Shaheen Shahid, arrested from Faridabad last week, has emerged as a key figure in the white-collar jihad module. Shaheen was tasked with establishing and leading Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing in India under the banner of Band Jamaat-ul-Momin. She was working to set up a woman-led radicalization and recruitment network on the Indian soil. Fresh details picked up from her interrogation also suggest that religious sites in Ayodhya and Varanasi were on Shaheen's hit list. The terror doctor's SOP included hoarding explosives and activating sleeper cell modules.
जो इलाके के लोग हैं वो अब तक ये बात स्वीकार कर नहीं पा रहे हैं कि इस तरीके के बड़े घटनाक्रम में, इस तरीके के टेरर एंगल में किसी तरह का लेना देना शाहीन और उसके भाई का है। तस्वीर एक बार फिर आपको दिखाते हैं। ये कॉलोनी है उनकी, ये कॉलोनी की बस्ती है और आप देखेंगे लोग घर के बाहर झांक रहे हैं जब पुलिस आ रही है या मीडिया के लोग आ रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पर पुलिसकर्मी भी मौजूद हैं। गली में घर है और गली में घर में जो इस समय परिजन मौजूद हैं उनमें जो उनके पिता हैं वो मौजूद हैं, उनके भाई मौजूद हैं। भाई से हमने बात की, भाई तो सीधे तौर पर अब भी नकार रहे हैं, जबकि एविडेंस सामने आ चुका है, जबकि हथियार बरामद गाड़ी में हो चुका है उनकी बहन के, वो अब तक इस बात को नकार रहे हैं कि ये कैसे हो सकता है। और जो हमने पूछा कि अगर ये है और आप इसके ऊपर आप चाहेंगे कि कोई आगे चल के सजा उनको हो, तो बोले जब फैसला आएगा तब हम देखेंगे।
The interrogation of the arrested suspect Muzammil has revealed shocking details about the larger terror plot. Muzammil and Umar Nabi had conducted a recce of the Red Fort area earlier this year as a part of the plan to carry out multiple terror attacks on the 26th of January. Intelligence retrieved from the dump data of his mobile phone matched his presence in and around the site. Interrogation of the arrested suspects has further revealed that the terror cell was also planning to target a crowded marketplace during Diwali. With each passing day, excruciating details lay bare the white-collar jihad module.
All right, viewers, we are taking a short break and coming up ahead, a probe into the Delhi blast reveals possible plot for 20 coordinated attacks across North India, each with up to 100 kgs of explosives stored in Faridabad. Meanwhile, Congress giving Pakistan a clean chit. Karnataka Minister Zamir Ahmed calls the Delhi blast a political conspiracy. BJP stamps Congress for giving Pakistan a clean chit in a suspected terror attack. Those are big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Viewers, stay with us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge...
there are visionaries who build companies and there are pioneers who build nations. But only a few have changed the course of modern India. With the quiet conviction and uncompromising integrity of Padma Vibhushan N.R. Narayanan Murthy. And on the next episode of Legends, we trace his remarkable journey, a story of discipline, innovation and the mind that cooled India's futures. Legends featuring N.R. Narayanan Murthy this weekend only on Republic TV. Coming up ahead, probe into the Delhi blast reveals a possible plot for 20 coordinated attacks across North India. Ended up each with up to 100 kgs of explosives stored in Faridabad.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। देगी 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 मिर्च। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
the visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw and imagine this.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, they are visionaries who build companies, and then they are pioneers who build nations. But only a few have changed the course of modern India with the quiet conviction and uncompromising integrity of the Padma Vibhushan N.R. Narayan Murthy. On the next episode of Legends, we trace his remarkable journey, a story of discipline, of innovation, and the mind that coded India's future. Legends featuring N.R. Narayan Murthy. This weekend only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines. PM Modi convenes emergency CCS meeting after Red Fort blast. Centre officially declares a car bombing as a terrorist incident. CCS directs agencies to ensure a swift professional probe into the Delhi blast. Union Minister Ashwani Vaishnav says all perpetrators will be identified and punished. UPATS detains and questions one Kanpur doctor named Mohammad Arif in connection with terror Dr. Shaheen. Probe into Delhi blast reveals possible plot for 20 coordinated attacks. More updates coming in. 20 attacks were planned in India. Well, according to latest updates, they were attacks which were planned, each with up to 100 kilograms of explosives stored in Faridabad. Faridabad police says suspect Umar Nabi's red EcoSport linked to Delhi blast. We're getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers. Kanpur ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contacted Shaheen. Uttar Pradesh ATS detained Dr. Mohammad Arif, a cardiologist, student from Jammu and Kashmir from the Cardiology Institute in Kanpur in connection with the Delhi blast case. According to sources, Dr. Arif was in contact with Shaheen during the investigation. Dr. Shaheen's phone records were examined and Arif's name surfaced. Arif is a student of the NEET SS 2024 batch and lived in a rented house in Ashok Nagar, Kanpur. The ATS team picked him up from his rented house for questioning further. Huge update coming in. UP ATS detains one doctor. Also, there has been a lot of investigation when it comes to white collar professionals who are being investigated. In the latest coming in, ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in the Delhi blast case. Doctor had contacted Shaheen, one of the key accused in this case. UP ATS has detained Dr. Mohammad Arif, we have put the picture out for you. This doctor is a cardiology student from Jammu and Kashmir, and is being investigated for the alleged connection with the Delhi blast case. According to sources, Dr. Arif was in contact with Shaheen. During the investigation, Dr. Shaheen's phone records were examined and Arif's name surfaced. Arif is a student of NEET SS batch and lived in rented house in Ashok Nagar, Kanpur. The ATS team picked him up from his rented house for questioning. We'll, of course, try to get our viewers more updates because already we see that the investigation has really picked up pace. The parallel developments when it comes to the investigation. Just recently, the latest update that we had told you earlier was that in a major breakthrough, Delhi police have said that overnight that DNA test results have confirmed the identity of the Red Fort blast attacker Dr. Umar Nabi, and his DNA sample matched with his mother's, which is ending days and days of uncertainty over the bomber's identity. So the investigation is really moving at a very, very fast pace in the November 10 explosion, which was outside the historic Red Fort, killed 12 people and injured dozens. I just want to go, of course, to Gaurav, who's joining us. Gaurav, if you could help our viewers understand, what the latest is, because we see that a lot of white-collar professionals are also under the scanner in this case. UP-ATS detains one more doctor. Gaurav.
देखिए, कल से जिस तरह से ही लगातार जो यूपी की एटीएस है, तमाम एजेंसीज है, वो कानपुर में डेरा डाले हुए थी, तमाम लोगों को कल हिरासत में लेकर पूछताछ की जा रही थी। उसी दौरान ये कार्डियोलॉजी के जो डॉक्टर हैं मोहम्मद आरिफ, इनको कल देर रात पुलिस ने हिरासत में लिया है पूछताछ के लिए, चूंकि इनका लंबे समय से जो संपर्क था वो शाहीन से सामने आया है। कॉल डिटेल्स में जो इनका डेटा है वो मिला है, जिसके बाद से ही इनको कल हिरासत में लिया। जम्मू कश्मीर के ये डॉक्टर हैं और इन्होंने कानपुर में कार्डियोलॉजी में 4 महीने पहले ही ज्वाइन किया था, लगातार यहाँ पे प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे। उसी के दौरान जब इनका कनेक्शन निकल के शाहीन से सामने आया, जिसके बाद से जो एटीएस की टीम्स हैं वो इनको देर रात लखनऊ लेकर के गई। इनसे वहां पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो की जा रही है। तमाम सवाल हैं जो शाहीन से जुड़े हैं वो इनसे पूछे जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि लंबे समय से ये शाहीन से कनेक्शन में थे, तमाम सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट्स के जरिए ये उनसे बातचीत में थे, जिसके बाद से कल एटीएस ने देर रात इनको उठाया है। इनसे तमाम जो पूछताछ है वो की जा रही है, और कौन और डॉक्टर हैं जो कानपुर से ही कानपुर में ही प्रैक्टिस करें, जो कि इनसे जुड़े हुए हैं, जिनको लेकर के जो लगातार सवाल हैं पूछताछ के वो इनसे किए जा रहे हैं।
Yes, Gaurav, I'm also coming back to you right now because we have seen that as the NIA has taken charge of the case, we are getting some more updates coming in. Let's go to that. All right, getting pictures coming in right now, viewers, because we have told you earlier that the investigation has picked up the pace very, very quickly. And right now, these pictures are coming in from what I understand, from what our team is telling us. This is coming in from Faridabad, because remember that the authorities have already launched an investigation to find the second car, because an additional vehicle was being used, a red Ford EcoSport. So a lot of there's some teams which are in Faridabad right now. On your screens, you can see the picture of the UP-ATS doctor, the doctor.
और इसीलिए एनएसजी की टीम जो थी कल शाम के समय यहाँ पर आई थी, लेकिन आप ये तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं जो एनएसजी का पूरा दस्ता है वो अपने हाई इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ यहाँ से रवाना हो चुका है। तो ये बात साफ जाहिर है कि एनएसजी की जो सर्च ऑपरेशन था वो पूरी तरह खत्म हो चुका है, और एनएसजी की टीम अब फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गाँव से जो है रवाना हो चुकी है। लेकिन अभी भी एहतियातन तौर पे जो है फरीदाबाद की जो क्राइम ब्रांच है और फरीदाबाद पुलिस है वो मौके पे मौजूद है, क्योंकि अभी भी इकोस्पोर्ट गाड़ी यहीं पर मौजूद है। उस गाड़ी को यहाँ से टो करके किसी सेफ सुरक्षित जगह पे ले जाया जाएगा, जिस जगह पे आसपास कोई रेजिडेंशियल ना हो। इसीलिए थोड़ा दूरी पे मीडिया को रोका गया है, और जिस जगह पे गाड़ी यहाँ पे आगे खड़ी हुई है उसके आसपास के कुछ हिस्से में जो मकान बने हैं, मकान में रहने वाले लोगों को कल शाम से ही यहाँ से दूसरी जगह पे शिफ्ट करवा दिया था एहतियातन तौर पे। और इसी कारण आप देख सकते हैं अभी भी हरियाणा पुलिस के चाहे वो इंस्पेक्टर है चाहे एसीपी रैंक के अधिकारी है वो मौके पे मौजूद है, क्योंकि ये पूरा हिस्सा जो है कॉर्डन ऑफ करने की जिम्मेदारी वो हरियाणा पुलिस की है, और अंदर का जो दायरा था वो एनएसजी के हाथ में था। अब एनएसजी की टीम यहाँ से रवाना हो चुकी है जी।
All right, so Sahil is with us and is getting us these updates coming in, and he's talking about specifically about what is happening in Faridabad, because the NSG commandos and authorities have already reached Faridabad, and we see that a car bearing a number plate starting with DL was found abandoned at a farmhouse in the Kandavali village in Haryana, and after that, there has been, we see that the investigation has been launched where all police stations, posts and border checkpoints across Delhi and Haryana have been put on high alert after investigators have found that the suspects in the recent car blast cases were using one more vehicle, which is a red Ford EcoSport, besides the Hyundai 120 earlier.
की दूरी पे यहाँ पे जो है रोका गया है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं जहाँ पे आपको फरीदाबाद पुलिस के जो ऑफिसर्स यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं, इसकी कुछ ही दूरी पे गाड़ी मौजूद है। अंदर प्लॉट के अंदर जो खाली ग्राउंड है वहाँ पर लगभग 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक एनएसजी की टीम ने सर्च ऑपरेशन किया और ऐसा अंदेशा भी है कि कुछ ऐसी संदिग्ध चीज़ें वहाँ से नहीं मिली है, लेकिन ऑफिशियली स्टेटमेंट आना बाकी है और इसी के लिहाज से इस पूरे हिस्से को अभी भी कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया है, क्योंकि गाड़ी को टो करके किस सेफ लोकेशन पे लेके जाएंगे वो अभी
All right, viewers, just our reporter was getting us all those updates coming in from Faridabad, where the NSG team has already arrived, because already we see that the story is moving at a very, very high speed, because investigation is also happening parallelly. So we have the investigation which is continuing in Faridabad, where the second vehicle, I repeat, the second vehicle, the investigators have found that the suspects in the recent car blast were using a second vehicle besides the Hyundai 120, which was earlier identified. Now, many teams are tracking the vehicle, while police in Uttar Pradesh and Haryana have also been alerted. Simultaneously, viewers, we see that in the latest update coming in, we see the DNA samples of the main accused in this case has been identified. The DNA test results have confirmed the identity of the Red Fort blast attacker, Dr. Umar Nabi, a medical professional from Kashmir. His DNA sample matched with his mother's, ending days of uncertainty over the bomber's identity. All right, let's move ahead. We're getting some breaking updates coming in. CIK raids underway at 13 locations across the valley. These raids are reportedly connected with the ongoing investigation of the Srinagar Delhi blast case with the CID counter-insurgency unit, Kashmir. Raids are happening. CIK raids in terror associates houses at multiple areas like Nazneen, Pura, Kigam, Shopian. Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Mir, son of Hamid Mir of Anantnag, is presently posted at the GMC and Anantnag. I just want to take our viewers through what is happening. We put those pictures out for you because, like we told our viewers, it's happening. The anti-terror raids are happening in multiple locations across different states. So, just putting our focus to what is happening right now. Pictures coming in from Shopia. CIK raids underway in Shopia and Jammu and Kashmir. Red Fort blast accused Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil, Umar Shaheen together collected approximately 2 million rupees in cash. Simultaneously, CIK raids are underway at 13 locations across the valley. These raids are reportedly connected with the ongoing investigation of the Srinagar Delhi blast case with the CID. We'll try to go across to Zenat in a short while from now to really understand what is happening. But the big update is that the Delhi police already has found that red EcoSport car suspected to be linked to the Red Fort blast that claimed 9 lives. So we see that the story is moving in different fronts, whether it's Faridabad, whether it's the investigation at the blast site in Delhi, where the forensic team is still picking up evidence. We showed you those pictures from earlier. Authorities are still there picking up evidence and investigating the blast scene. And of course, putting our focus in Jammu and Kashmir, where CIK raids are underway in Shopia. The raids have been happening in many locations across the valley. So currently, 13 locations across the valley, CIK raids are happening. These raids are reportedly connected with the ongoing investigation of the Srinagar Delhi blast case with the CID. So staying with those pictures coming in, we'll try to, of course, go across to our colleague in a short while from now. But just also giving you an update, because Delhi police has already confirmed that the man behind the Red Fort blast in New Delhi was Dr. Umar Nabi, identified through a DNA test matching his mother's sample after the explosion. So that is happening. Secondly, we go to Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go to Zenat. Zenat, pictures coming in. CIK raids underway in Shopia. Just take our viewers through what they are seeing on the screens.
See, these are the raids of the counterintelligence wing of Kashmir, and this agency is conducting the raids at around 13 locations across the Kashmir Valley. This raid comes just after what happened in Delhi, and also this is a part of the investigation of Srinagar Delhi blast case with CID. Today, the counterintelligence Kashmir also raided the terror associates' houses at the Nazinpora Kigam in Shopian. So this is an ongoing process. We have seen the raids in different parts of the valley as far as the SIA or the J&K police is concerned, but now since the confirmation has come in about the Dr. Umar, who was the part of the car bomb blast, and as the DNA sample has matched, because the sample was taken from the mother, and which has now been confirmed because his leg was that time stuck between the steering wheel and the accelerator. The DNA sample has matched with his mother. That is what the Delhi police has also confirmed. So this has further given a push to the case that as far as the Umar support in the valley is concerned. So we are seeing the agencies are continuously working. Many of the doctors have been once again picked up to burst the entire muddle. There has been a doctor who's been identified as Dr. Muzaffar Mir. He was working with the GMC Anantnag, which was the center of investigation, where from the AK-47 was recovered from a locker in the beginning of this month, and now he has also been picked up by the police for the investigation. Last night, somewhere around 3 doctors were picked up by Srinagar police. Certain doctors were on run who have been picked up for the questioning. So overall, we are seeing the main role of the doctors as far as this case is concerned. It is the first main is Umar, then we see the Muzammil, who was with the Al-Falah Institute, and then Dr. Adil, who is from Kulgam. Although the other 2 doctors are lying with the Srinagar police in their custody, Dr. Shaheen has also been brought in from Al-Falah to Srinagar. She lies with the cargo at present. Dr. Molvi, that Molvi of Shopian, who hails from Nadigram, who's a radical preacher, he too has been arrested. So charges have been slapped, questioning going on to see. The main point is here is that to reach to the depth of the case, that how these people were connected, whether they were connected with the people's sting across. What my sources tell me, they were directly in touch with the ISI Pakistan, and they've been radicalized for a long time, although they were covered. But now Srinagar police, the main lead is being taken by the Srinagar police as far as to solve this case, as I've been mentioning right from the beginning, that this was solved at the Thana level. The SHO was the main one who actually got to these strings that something big is cooking up. The 2 OGWs were arrested, and they gave the leads to the Srinagar police. The investigation took them to Al-Falah Institute in Faridabad, where from a huge quantity of ammonium nitrate were recovered, and later in the evening of the same day, Umar carried that blast outside the Red Fort.
All right, thank you for getting us those details. I'll be coming back to you for more, Zeenat. We're getting some more updates coming in. A big update, we see U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has made a statement, and he has praised India for the professionalism that it showed in the investigation of the Delhi blast. So big update coming in on Republic TV. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reacted to the Delhi blast and said it is clearly a terrorist attack. He praised that the country's professionalism in handling the investigation. Rubio made the remarks while responding to a media query on India declaring the blast in Delhi on Monday as a terror incident. The Indians need to be commended. They have been very measured, cautious, and very professional on how they are carrying out this investigation. The investigation continues. It clearly was a terrorist attack. This is what Marco Rubio has said, that it was a terrorist attack. It was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. He added that I think they are doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they will have facts, they will release those facts. The U.S. Secretary of State shared that he spoke with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar about the blast. Rubio stated that while the U.S. offered to help, India is very capable of handling the investigation and does not need help. We are aware of the potential it has, and we spoke a little about it today. A potential, it has become something broader. So we're getting the statement coming in from Marco Rubio, who has said that it is clearly a terrorist attack and praised the country's professionalism in handling this investigation. Rubio made his remarks while responding to a media query on India declaring the blast in Delhi as a terror incident. So Marco Rubio saying that this is definitely a terrorist attack. It is very clear from the way that this attack was carried out. Marco Rubio saying it was a terrorist attack. He's also said that Indians need to be commended. They have been very measured, cautious and very professional in how they are carrying out this investigation. That investigation continues. It clearly was a terrorist attack. It was a car loaded with explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. He added that they are doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think they will have facts. They will release those facts. I just want to go across to our executive editor, Niranjan, who's joining us live. Niranjan, you know, this is a statement coming in from Marco Rubio, clearly saying that it is a terrorist attack. Not just that, he also has commended India for the professional manner that India is conducting this investigation.
Well, one of the key questions we have been asking in the last few days is why haven't we named Pakistan? Why haven't we called out the Jaish-e-Mohammed link? And that shows you how India is going about this entire investigation, gathering one evidence at a time, like we have been seeing for the last almost 3 days now since the blast took place on Monday evening. And this is a very significant statement because India had made it clear that any act of terror will be considered an act of war. This is an act of terror, as pointed out by the cabinet in its note that was released after the meeting that took place last evening in the national capital. Now, what America is saying becomes extremely significant. Let me tell you that America and the Trump administration has said that it is clearly a terrorist attack. It's not important what Trump thinks or America thinks of this attack. Why it is significant is that they know that this is a terrorist attack and they understand that we as a sovereign nation will know how to respond to such an attack. And the US Secretary of State, let me give you the specific comment that was made by the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He mentioned saying that this is clearly a terrorist attack. And then he made the remarks while responding to a question that was asked to him on India, on the Delhi blasts of 10/11. And he said the Indians, look at the comment that he's made. Marco Rubio, while responding to a question, said the Indians need to be commended. They've been very measured, cautious, and very professional on how they're carrying out this investigation. And that investigation continues. It clearly was a terrorist attack. It was a car loaded with high explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. He added that I think they are doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they'll have facts, they'll release those facts. The US Secretary of State also mentioned that he spoke with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar about the blast. Rubio stated that while the US offered to help, very significant, he said, while the US offered to help, he said India is very capable of handling the investigation and does not need help. We don't need American help. We know exactly what we are doing. And that is what Marco Rubio and the Trump administration is also saying in the statement that has been put out. And Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, has said that we are aware of the potential it has, and we spoke a little about it today, the potential it has to become something broader, and we are going to await to see what the investigation reveals. We have offered to help, but I think they are very capable on these investigations. They don't need our help, and they are doing a very good job. This is America understanding what this means for India at this moment, while saying and admitting that they too know that this is going to be bigger, this is going to be much broader, indicating that as of this minute, even though we are not naming Jaish, naming Pakistan, looking at their role directly, not calling it out. Of course, we know it. We've been reporting what we know. But the government of India and the agencies have not said it. And they realize that. And that is why Marco Rubio is saying we know that this is going to be much broader than what it actually is. So this is extremely significant. This is a breaking news update that came in. Wanted to share that update with you. Back to you for now.
All right, Niranjan is getting us these updates coming in. Niranjan, also before I let you go, I also want to help our viewers understand, the statements which have been made by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Prime Minister Modi, and made it very clear that the perpetrators, collaborators and the sponsors will be brought to justice without delay. This is a very strong statement coming in, and like America has said, like US has said, the investigation is happening in a very professional manner.
Well, that's right, and we have been very careful and measured about what we put out in public. Of course, we in the media and through our sources have been able to gather and put together the full conspiracy, the full conspiracy of 10/11. And prima facie, it appears that this is a clear Jaish-e-Mohammed plot. And the reason we are saying it, you look at the 4 terror doctors, one of them, not just one, several of them linked to people directly in Pakistan. Shaheen, a terror doctor, was linked to people in POK, Bahawalpur, and she was the women's wing head in India. She was chosen to be the women's wing head, and she was directly in touch with different doctors and Pakistan ISI agents in POK even. And you look at the other doctors, for example, Uzammil, Muzammil and Umar, both were students of a Muslim cleric, and that Muslim cleric was Irfan Ahmad Wage. Irfan Ahmad was a cleric who was sitting in Shopian, and both Muzammil and Umar were his students. And he radicalized them, and this particular cleric in Shopian was directly in touch with Jaish-e-Mohammed handlers like Umar Khatub in Pakistan. So there is a direct link drawn not just of 1 or 2 terror doctors, but the entire module is linked to people sitting in Pakistan. So that is why this becomes extremely critical, and our agencies are piecing together every bit of evidence. And we've had many breaking news updates just this morning. Just to give you an update of what we have received, and Shavan is sharing more details. The explosive used is ammonium nitrate fuel oil in vehicle-borne IED. So we're just breaking this part of information. This bit of information, that the explosive used was ammonium nitrate fuel oil in a vehicle-borne IED. The car was rigged, the car was loaded and detonated in a public area, and it is all adding up. This morning we told you how Umar Nabi, the car bomber, had been given nearly 20 to 30 lakh rupees, and he went to Nuh and Gurugram in Haryana. He was in Faridabad, and Nuh and Gurugram are both in Haryana, and he traveled there. He purchased the ammonium nitrate from Nuh and Haryana, and the car bombs were to be prepared using the explosive ammonium nitrate fuel oil to be used in vehicle-borne IED. And the car was rigged, the car was detonated in a public area. It was not just one car, mind you. There were going to be 3 more cars, 4 cars in all, 8 terror doctors, 2 terror doctors assigned to each car. Primary information that we picked up this morning. The first car was the Hyundai i20. The Hyundai i20 exploded at the Red Fort metro station right outside. The second car is suspected to be the red EcoSport, the red Ford EcoSport, and maybe there are 2 more cars we don't know about. So we are waiting for more details on that. We'll take a break at this point. Jaish handler in the case has also been revealed. That's Umar bin Khattab. We just mentioned him. Shavan is picking up those details. Umar bin Khattab is the Jaish handler in the case. We should be able to get Umar bin Khattab's details in a short while from now. Handing it back to you for now. We'll come back with more details.
Yes, Niranjan, we have a lot lined up for our viewers after a short break. Taking a short break right now, viewers. Breaking news coming in, back-to-back breaking updates coming in, viewers. Taking a short break. Also, the Jaish terror plot is revealed. The terror doctors linked to terror outfit. UP ATS detains 1 more doctor from Kanpur. More details coming right up. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में
Viewers, top headlines. PM Modi convenes emergency CCS meeting after Red Fort blast. Centre officially declares the car bombing as a terrorist incident. CCS directs agencies to ensure a swift professional probe into the Delhi blast. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says all perpetrators will be identified and punished. UPATS detains and questions one Kanpur doctor named Muhammad Arif in connection with terror. Dr. Shaheen probe into Delhi blast case. Also reveals a possible plot. Details emerged that were 20 coordinated attacks planned across North India, while each up to 100 kilograms of explosives stored in Faridabad. Faridabad police seizes suspect Umar Nabi's red EcoSport linked to Delhi blast. Beginning big breaking updates coming in, viewers, as the probe continues. We're coming to know that in the Red Fort blast accused Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil, Umar and Shaheen together, they collected a huge amount of money, that is approximately 2 million rupees in cash, which was handed over to Umar, and he later purchased over 20 quintals of NPK fertilizer worth around 3 million rupees from Gurugram, New and surrounding areas to prepare the RED. So this is a big update coming in. There was also a financial dispute between Umar and Dr. Muzammil. Umar had created a group of 2 to 4 members on the Signal app. Investigation agency sources are telling us this information. So just putting out the latest updates for you on Republic TV, and you can see on your screens that the parallel developments which are happening as we speak. So number one, we have understood that these accused, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil, Shaheen, they collected money in cash, which was handed over to Umar. So that's one of the updates that we're getting for you right now. The other big update we have got for you is that Delhi police has confirmed that the man behind the Red Fort blast in New Delhi was Dr. Umar Nabi, identified through a DNA test match. So parallel developments coming in. I just want to go across to Niranjan, who's joining us live on the latest update about money which was sourced to buy NPK fertilizers and prepare IEDs. Niranjan.
What we've been able to gather through the course of the investigation, which our news desk and Shavan and all our teams, our reporters have been able to put together, is that these terror doctors were collecting money. And we have some details about the kind of money that they collected. Muzammil, Adil, Umar and Shaheen. I repeat, Muzammil, Adil, Umar, the car bomber, and Shaheen together collected approximately 2 million rupees is what we are told. 2 million is how much? That's 20 lakh rupees. 20 lakh rupees was collected and handed over to the car bomber Umar Nabi. And it appears that Umar Nabi was the key link. Umar Nabi then used that money. Between 20 to 30 lakh rupees was spent to buy fertilizer, NPK fertilizer from Gurugram, Nu in Haryana and from surrounding areas, because they were living in Faridabad. They were studying, practicing medicine, terror medicine perhaps, in Faridabad's Al-Falah University. And Umar was tasked to pick up the NPK fertilizer from Nu, from Gurugram, and he was preparing the IEDs himself, is what we are picking up. At some point of time, the investigators sensed that there was also a financial dispute given the kind of money that was involved between Umar and Muzammil. So they've picked up some chatter about a financial dispute on the group, and they were using a group on the Signal app. A group was created on the Signal app, and a group of 2 to 4 members were on that app, is what we are picking up. I think we broke some significant information also about the kind of explosive that was used, which adds up ammonium nitrate fuel oil. Ammonium nitrate fuel oil in a vehicle-borne IED used to trigger the explosion. Now, it was a car that was rigged with the ammonium nitrate fuel oil and the IED, which detonated in public, and it's all adding up. Umar Nabi, they all collected cash. They gave it to Umar Nabi. Umar Nabi buys the explosive material, ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, etc., from Gurugram and Nu, and he assembles the IEDs, and then he loaded up the cars. There were supposed to be 4 cars. One of them was the Hyundai i20. Second, believed to be the red Ford EcoSport, which was found yesterday. The mystery about the 2 other cars, I think we should be able to get some information today. So these are some details that we've been able to pick up, especially on the angle of the 30 lakh rupees that was collected and handed over to Umar Nabi.
Absolutely. And Niranja, I really wanted to hold on for a second there, because we just want our viewers to understand what is happening so far, because the probe is continuing. There's a probe is intensifying into the Delhi terror attack. The terror doctors with notorious links to Pakistani terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed are the focal point of the law agencies. Here is a detailed report.
On 6:52 p.m. on the 10th of November, a Hyundai i20 car parked with ammonium nitrate detonated in the heart of the national capital. 12 lives lost, and the masterminds behind this crime were doctors. Terror doctors with notorious links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Almost 48 hours since, crucial details are now coming to fore on the conspiracy. This is Adil, a doctor at the Government Medical College of Anantnag. He was picked up on the 5th of November in Saharanpur. He was tasked with setting up a mini recruitment center for the Jaish and executing major terror attacks. He relocated from Srinagar to Saharanpur to lead the group's mission of hoarding arms and ammunitions. Once a medical college lecturer, Shaheen Shahid, arrested from Faridabad last week, has emerged as a key figure in the white-collar jihad module. Shaheen was tasked with establishing and leading Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing in India under the banner of Band Jamaat-ul-Momin. She was working to set up a woman-led radicalization and recruitment network on the Indian soil. Fresh details picked up from her interrogation also suggest that religious sites in Ayodhya and Varanasi were on Shaheen's hit list. The terror doctor's SOP included hoarding explosives and activating sleeper cell modules.
जो इलाके के लोग हैं वो अब तक ये बात स्वीकार कर नहीं पा रहे हैं कि इस तरीके के बड़े घटनाक्रम में, इस तरीके के टेरर एंगल में किसी तरह का लेना देना शाहीन और उसके भाई का है। तस्वीर एक बार फिर आपको दिखाते हैं। ये कॉलोनी है उनकी, ये कॉलोनी की बस्ती है और आप देखेंगे लोग घर के बाहर झांक रहे हैं जब पुलिस आ रही है या मीडिया के लोग आ रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पर पुलिसकर्मी भी मौजूद हैं। गली में घर है और गली में घर में जो इस समय परिजन मौजूद हैं उनमें जो उनके पिता हैं वो मौजूद हैं, उनके भाई मौजूद हैं। भाई से हमने बात की, भाई तो सीधे तौर पर अब भी नकार रहे हैं, जबकि एविडेंस सामने आ चुका है, जबकि हथियार बरामद गाड़ी में हो चुका है उनकी बहन के, वो अब तक इस बात को नकार रहे हैं कि ये कैसे हो सकता है। और जो हमने पूछा कि अगर ये है और आप इसके ऊपर आप चाहेंगे कि कोई आगे चल के सजा उनको हो, तो बोले जब फैसला आएगा तब हम देखेंगे।
The interrogation of the arrested suspect Muzammil has revealed shocking details about the larger terror plot. Muzammil and Umar Nabi had conducted a recce of the Red Fort area earlier this year as a part of the plan to carry out multiple terror attacks on the 26th of January. Intelligence retrieved from the dumped data of his mobile phone matched his presence in and around the site. Interrogation of the arrested suspects has further revealed that the terror cell was also planning to target a crowded marketplace during Diwali. With each passing day, excruciating details lay bare the white-collar jihad module.
We was getting some more breaking updates coming in because raids are continuing in multiple places, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, where we are learning that anti-terror intelligence unit of Jammu and Kashmir police is conducting raids. The counter-intelligence Jammu is raiding 4 locations in Rajouri and Kathua, raids to dismantle terror infrastructure backed by Pakistan. Many suspects in touch with Pakistan handlers being raided by the CIJ. Raids underway at Rajouri and Kathua jails, a network of Pakistan inside Jammu and Kashmir jails on intelligence agencies' radar. So this is what we see, viewers. A big update coming in on Republic TV. Raids underway in a Kathua jail, and we have put that picture out for you. So this is a district jail, Kathua. That is what it says. Remember, this coming in the backdrop of so many raids which are happening in different states. Anti-terror operations, anti-terror raids are underway, not just in Delhi and Jammu and Kashmir, but also other states as well. Specifically, these raids are happening in 4 locations, including Rajouri and Kathua. I want to go across to Niranjan, who's joining us. Niranjan, this is part of the larger anti-terror raids and anti-terror operations which are being conducted in multiple states. Okay, Goswami is also joining us. So Goswami, I'm coming across to you right now. If you could just help our viewers understand, as raids are... Okay, let's go. Niranjan is joining us. Raids underway in Rajouri and Kathua jails. Very important update coming in. A lot of focus on OGWs, a lot of focus on the suspects who are in touch with Pakistan handlers. They're being raided. Niranjan.
Video, there is a new breaking video. Can we please go to that? Not on Kathua or Rajouri, because this is the first video that we've seen of Umar. Let's go across to the video, please. Let's go straight to the video. We have a new video that is coming. Let's remove the BBG and put the new video on air, because the story right now is of the new video. We are breaking the new video right now. In fact, I have the new video with me. This is the new video. The new video that has just come out. We are breaking this video right now. In this video, you can see Umar. Umar is clearly seen in this video. And we're going to put that out right now on the channel. And you can see that Umar is seen here. Umar is seen in this particular video. This is Umar. Once again, this is Umar. You see him here. This is on the day of the blast. Look at that. On the day of the blast, Umar was seen near the masjid. This is a new video of Umar Nabi, the car bomber seen near the Turkman Masjid. The bomber seen near the Turkman Masjid. And this is the breaking news coming in right now. For the first time since the blast, Umar being seen on CCTV. We know that he was near the Shahi Ilahi Mosque. And this is for the first time that you're seeing a video of him. Umar Nabi, the car bomber, seen near the Turkman Mosque. And there were reports that he was hiding in a mosque before carrying out the explosion. He leaves Faridabad early morning at 7, crosses the Badarpur toll booth, passes through Okla, and then next, what we saw him earlier was at 3 p.m. But this is for the first time that we've seen a video of Umar Nabi. First video of Umar Nabi just before the bombing in the day. So he perhaps after entering Delhi, he was hiding at this mosque, and we know that he spent some time in that particular mosque. So Umar Nabi's video coming in from a mosque in Delhi. This is the Turkman Mosque, and we're getting in more pictures. This is for the first time that we're seeing a picture of him, a video in fact. This is the clearest video that we have so far of Umar Nabi. Clearest video of Umar Nabi. And we are seeing the footage for the first time. And you can see him walking past. And you can see him. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another breaking news coming in. There is news of another explosion that was heard. I repeat, there is news of another explosion. This is an initial report. News of another explosion. I repeat, news of another explosion being heard near the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur in Delhi. Mahipalpur, Delhi. Breaking news coming in that some explosion kind of sound, an explosion heard near Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur. Fire brigade report receiving the call at 9:18 a.m. Delhi police, as of this minute, saying a team has arrived at the scene and is investigating. And we are picking up more details, ladies and gentlemen. This is a breaking news update. Once again, there has been news. There is news coming in of explosion near Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur in Delhi. This is a breaking news update coming in. Explosion near Mahipalpur in Delhi. We don't have more details. We are being extremely careful, extremely responsible in the information we are putting out right now. The fire brigade reporting receiving the call at 9:18 a.m. Roughly about 20 minutes ago, the first call was received. The Delhi police saying a team has arrived at the scene and is investigating. We don't know whether, we don't have more details. We should be able to get the first video, ladies and gentlemen, but first information that we've received is of Mahipalpur in Delhi at the Radisson, rather close to the Radisson, I'm not saying at the Radisson, close to the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur, Delhi. There has been sound of an explosion, loud explosion. We don't know whether this was a blast. We don't know it was linked. We can't even confirm at this point of time whether it was a blast. What we can tell you at 9:18 a.m. At 9:18 a.m. there was an explosion near the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur in Delhi. The fire brigade received the call at 9:18 a.m. And we are live right now trying to pick up more details. Minutes after the first detail came in of the first video came in of Umar Nabi, we are breaking the details. Yes, and at 9:18 a.m. the explosion was heard. The fire brigade has confirmed that they received a call at 9:18 a.m. And any time now we should be able to get more details. This is the initial detail that's come in. Initial detail that's come in of an explosion that is heard. Explosion that is heard in Mahipalpur. And this is close to the Radisson. Another explosion. And any time now we should be able to get more details. Ladies and gentlemen, confirming that an explosion was heard near Mahipalpur. Mahipalpur Radisson Hotel. We are waiting to get more details. Sorry, Shambhavi is with me right now. Shambhavi, getting in details of a loud explosion being heard in Mahipalpur. Can you confirm this, please? What do we know about this explosion in Mahipalpur?
Well, we know that this has been again just after it has been hardly 2 days after the Red Fort blast, and now that the fire brigade has reported receiving it around 9:18 a.m. So it's been just 30-35 minutes. Although the response that is coming from the Delhi police is that a team has arrived at the scene where this explosion is heard, and they are investigating on the cause of it.
This is close to the Radisson Hotel. I repeat, from the detail available with us right now, the explosion was heard near the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur. I'm waiting for more details. We should be able to get a first confirmation from the police, but our first calls that went out to the fire department saying that the first call was received at 9:18. At 9:18, they received a call of an explosion near the Radisson Hotel. We are waiting for more details. It's a PCR call. It's a PCR call that went out. Call of an explosion reported near Delhi's Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur. We don't have any confirmation. This is an initial investigation, initial information rather. And following the initial information, we are putting it out. We don't have any pictures. We don't have any official word. And our reporters are en route, should be able to reach that location any time now. But from the information that we've received, it was a PCR call that went out. A call that went out to the fire department and the police control room. It was a PCR call. PCR call to the police control room from Mahipalpur, close to the Radisson Hotel. And we don't have any details. Anytime now, we should be able to get more details. PCR call was made. Okay, Shavan is picking up some more details. PCR call was made by a woman about loud explosion near or at Radisson Hotel. Nothing suspicious found so far. Nothing suspicious found. That's another bit of information that we have. So whether this was a false alarm, we don't know, but we are waiting for more details. Should be able to get more details. A PCR call. The information that we have is that PCR call was made by a woman about a loud explosion near or at the Radisson Hotel. The second bit of information, nothing suspicious found so far. This is what we are picking up. It was a PCR call that was made. So it's an evolving situation. We are waiting for an official word from the police, and Shavan is picking up more details. And we are sharing whatever information that we have. Just recapping all the information that we picked up so far. It was a PCR call, police control room that was made by a woman about a loud explosion. The moment we have something more on that, we'll come back. The moment we have something more on that, we'll come back. But the video of Umar Nabi, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first video that has come out of Umar Nabi on the day of the bombing. On the day of the bombing was seen on CCTV. This is near the Turkman Mosque, and Umar Nabi was seen close to the mosque. And this is a CCTV footage that we've accessed from close to the Turkman Mosque in the national capital. It's a new video of Umar Nabi. For the first time since the 10/11 blast, you are seeing pictures, moving pictures of Umar Nabi. So far, we've seen him on an image. We know what he looks like. But for the first time, we have a video of him on the day of the blast. And this video shows him walking and looking back at when he's walking through this area where the Turkman Mosque is located in the national capital. He's seen looking back cautiously, turns back and continues walking. He reportedly hid inside the mosque for almost 3 hours. Almost 3 hours he was inside the mosque is the information that we picked up. And this video is coming in right now of showing Umar, the terror doctor Umar Nabi, just moments before the blast. Now after this, of course, we have another video of him entering the parking lot at the Red Fort area. parking lot in the Red Fort area and his car seen leaving at 6:48 p.m. 6:48 p.m. the car leaves, and then the explosion takes place at 6:51. And this particular video was on the day of the bombing. Yeah, we have more pictures coming in. In fact, we have more pictures coming in. We have a second picture. There were two pictures. Both pictures, there was, look at that. That's a grab of Umar Nabi on the left, and that's a video of Umar Nabi on the right. And Umar Nabi, the bomber, was spotted at the Turkman Mosque, where he reportedly hid on the day of the explosion, was inside the mosque for at least 3 hours, according to the details that we've picked up here on Republic TV. And this footage shows him leaving the Turkman Mosque, so it could be closer to 3 p.m., closer to anywhere between 2 to 3 p.m. we are told, when he left the Turkman Mosque and he left to the Red Fort area. The next video, of course, we have of him being seen at the Red Fort parking lot at 3:19 p.m. He's seen entering the parking lot. At 6:48 p.m. he's seen exiting the parking lot. At 6:51, he explodes the car. He triggers the explosion. And these are more details we're picking up as we are broadcasting. We also had a report of an explosion that was reported, a PCR call, a call that went out to the police control room a little after 9:18 a.m. And that call was made reportedly by a lady who claimed hearing an explosion. And we are waiting for more details on that. The police has not given us more details on whether it was a hoax call or whether, what we know is that so far indications are that there was nothing suspicious found, but it was a call that went out of an explosion that was heard. And we are picking up more details as we speak. So the moment we have some more information on that, we will come back to you with those details. So as of now, the new picture is of Umar Nabi. Umar Nabi, the car bomber, spotted near the Turkman Mosque. And we will come back with more details because we have details of how many more cars were going to be involved in that particular terror module in Faridabad. 4 cars were to be used, 8 terror doctors, 2 terror doctors assigned for each car. If one car exploded, the Hyundai i20, the second car has been found. Where are the other 2 cars? Taking a break. Back.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार।
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings, built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings Powered by collegedunia.com. Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
DNA test confirms Umar Nabi was driving the car in Delhi blast, say police sources. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on the Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. The video shows how the blast was triggered and the place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. And the ATS detains a Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in the Delhi blast case. The doctor had contact with the Shaheen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we get you the breaking news updates and the non-stop coverage of the 10/11 conspiracy, we're picking up more details, and we've had at least 15 to 20 breaking news inputs on the story this morning, with pictures coming in for the first time of the car bomber. That's Umar Nabi. By the way, it's a 100% match. The DNA samples collected from the site of the blast have matched Umar Nabi's family members. His family members spoke to Republic TV a day after the blast, and their samples were collected, and it has now been confirmed that the DNA samples of his family members have matched with the samples found at the scene of the blast, at the site of the blast. And this is the first picture, the first visuals that you're seeing, exclusive images of Umar Nabi seen at the Turkman Mosque in the national capital in Delhi. After he left Faridabad, crossed through the Badarpur toll booth, and then moved towards Okla, entered Delhi, hid at a mosque for almost 3 hours. He was at the Turkman Mosque, we are told. At the Turkman Mosque, he was present for almost 3 hours. And these videos show, this is perhaps the first time that you see him leaving the masjid, and he headed towards the Red Fort parking lot. And Umar Nabi is the car bomber, and we had pictures of him detonating or triggering the blast outside the Red Fort. CCTV video that came in last evening. Now this is for the first time that we have pictures of Umar Nabi. So far we had file pictures of Umar Nabi, pictures of him before the blast, but this is for the first time. Now on your screen right now, the second terror doctor wearing spectacles was Umar Nabi. So far that was the only image we had. But now we have moving pictures of Umar Nabi on your screen. The moment he left the masjid, he's seen cautiously walking. Let's once again play the video, please. Stick to the video. And Shambhavi is also joining us live right now. So I'm going across to Shambhavi, who's joining us live. And Shambhavi's been tracking this entire masjid angle where he hid for almost 3 hours. Shambhavi, if you can tell our viewers, for how long was he there? What time did he reach the mosque? What time did he leave the mosque? What was his intent of hiding in the mosque?
So we are right outside this masjid. This is called Fazil-e-Ilahi, and the CCTV camera, the pictures that you're actually showing right now, it is just once you enter, it's around 50 meters after you enter, the camera comes on the right side inside. And till now, when we were tracing the entire route that Umar Nabi took before actually carrying out the blast, there was a huge gap between 8:19 a.m. when he entered Delhi through Badarpur Toll Plaza, and when next he was seen at 3:20 p.m. Entering the parking lot near the Red Fort area. Now, with the pictures coming up from this mosque itself, this masjid, the picture, the video that you see when he's looking at the camera right there and then proceeds to go forward, just 50 meters inside the gate, you'll go inside, the camera comes on the right side, the same camera, the footage that you're actually able to see. So it is, according to the information, he was here for at least 3 hours, because there was a gap between of around 8 hours from 8:20 a.m. to 3:19 p.m. He was here for 3 hours, and as per information, during those hours when he was not, there was no public movement seen as of now, because when the 11-hour route was traced of Umar once he left from Faridabad on Monday morning at 7:30 a.m. and entered Delhi through at 8:20 a.m. through the Badarpur Toll Plaza. There was a lack of information about what was his movement before he entered the parking lot of the Red Fort area. Now, as more information comes up, things are getting a little clear that he was probably here for 3 hours and then left from here at around 3. For him to actually reach Red Fort Plaza, Red Fort and the Red Fort parking lot where the car was stationary for around 3 hours before he moved out of the parking lot at 6:48 p.m. It would take him at least 12 to 15 minutes if he would leave from here at 3 p.m. So the timing will make sense if he leaves from here at 3 p.m. and reaches the parking lot at 3:19 p.m. Stays there, the car is stationary there for 3 hours, then leaves the parking lot at 6:48, and just few minutes later, the blast actually occurred.
Yeah. I think even the CCTV right behind you is visible. You're at the site. I can see that the CCTV was placed right behind you. I can see the footpath there. It was the footpath, the pavement, the divider. He's seen in this particular shot. The divider matches. So it appears clearly that that was the exact spot, because behind you the divider is also visible. You can corroborate both the CCTV to the divider. Okay, we are live from the EcoSport, the red EcoSport, Faridabad. Let's go across live. These are the first pictures coming in of the location where the red Ford EcoSport, the second car that was owned by the terror bomber. The second car was found in Faridabad, and this is the exact location of that car. It's being searched. I think the frame is frozen, so we'll get the shot again. The Republic Media Network team is at the site, and we should be able to get you. Let's go back to the pictures, then we'll get you the shot of the red Ford EcoSport any second now, because we had that picture as well. I'm going back to Shambhavi till we get that picture of the red Ford EcoSport, so believed to be the second car that was going to be used. And if I go back to Shambhavi was at the pavement. So you're looking at this video, and in this video you can see Umar Nabi walking away from the mosque. Now, was he walking away from the mosque or walking towards the mosque? If you can show us the pavement on the left of your screen, we'll put the video of Umar Nabi. On the right, Shambhavi will be live, and she will show you how the videos corroborate. Shambhavi, show us how the videos corroborate from where you are, what you see in the divider and how it matches.
Definitely, so this is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see, so this is the pole. You can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design with, you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at a given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. Of course, we cannot do
same place, with the same divider, the same road, and the angle this was taken. He was also looking at the camera in the picture, and
in the picture, and with the design, you see. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m. He actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi. He drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot of the Red Fort area.
You will be able to corroborate
the white walls. Will be able to corroborate the white walls. The design on this side. You can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. The public is showing you the exact same place from where.
For a few hours before leaving, and the time would be somewhere around 2 to 3. 3 makes more sense because for him to actually go straight to the Red Fort parking lot area and he entered. You can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
Yeah, I can see the spot. In fact, we were also live from that location in Faridabad where the Red Fort EcoSport was being investigated. And I'd like to play out a report of the Republic Media Network where my colleague was at that spot. The Red Fort EcoSport, owned by the car bomber Umar Nabi, according to investigators, was supposed to be loaded with explosives and was going to be used to trigger the blast. Another blast. Now, that's what we believe. We don't know. Now, here's a full report of the investigators there. They found the car last evening. Here's a detailed report.
देखिए, हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव में मौजूद हैं और गाड़ी को कल शाम ही जहां पर स्पॉट किया गया था। तस्वीरों में दिखाना चाहूँगा, लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पे आपको लाल रंग की इको स्पॉट गाड़ी नजर आ रही है। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर के नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड थी और फर्जी एड्रेस के आधार पर इस गाड़ी को रजिस्टर करवाया गया था। एजेंसीज कल शाम को यहाँ पर आती है, NIA, NSG की टीम आती है, फरीदाबाद पुलिस टीम आती है, क्राइम ब्रांच आती है और लगभग 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक इस पूरी गाड़ी को NSG की टीम ने, बॉम्ब स्क्वाड और डॉग स्क्वाड की टीम ने यहाँ पे सर्च किया। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं गाड़ी के जो साइड के जो गेट्स हैं और जो बोनट है वो यहाँ पर खुले हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और कुछ ही देर में ये बताया जा रहा है कि CFSL की टीम वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेगी और यहाँ से इस पूरी गाड़ी को एग्जामिन किया जाएगा। उसके बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पे ले जाया जाएगा क्योंकि NIA की टीम जो है इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है और डॉक्टर उमर का ड्राइवर जो है इस गाड़ी को यहाँ पर लाके पार्क करता है, ऐसा सोर्स के हवाले से खबर है। क्योंकि कल जब जांच एजेंसियां अल-फला यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर पहुंचती है, कई लोगों के साथ पूछताछ की गई जिसमें एक शख्स जो संदिग्ध पाया जाता है, जिसमें वो बताया जाता है कि वो डॉक्टर उमर का असिस्टेंट था और ड्राइवर भी था। वही शख्स जो था गाड़ी को चलाकर अपने यहाँ पर लेके आता है गांव में खंडावली में और यहाँ पे गाड़ी को पार्क करके चला जाता है। एक बार फिर से विजय जो है मेरे एक बार तस्वीर दिखाए क्लोज करके, क्योंकि तस्वीर थोड़ी धुंधली है क्योंकि हम लगभग 100 से 150 मीटर की दूरी पे हैं। सुरक्षा कारणों देखिए, हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव में मौजूद हैं और गाड़ी को कल शाम ही जहां पर स्पॉट किया गया था। तस्वीरों में दिखाना चाहूँगा, लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पे आपको लाल रंग की EcoSport गाड़ी नजर आ रही है। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर के नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड थी और फर्जी एड्रेस के आधार पर इस गाड़ी को रजिस्टर करवाया गया था। एजेंसीज कल शाम को यहाँ पर आती है, NIA, NSG की टीम आती है, फरीदाबाद पुलिस टीम आती है, क्राइम ब्रांच आती है और लगभग 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक इस पूरी गाड़ी को NSG की टीम ने, बॉम्ब स्क्वाड और डॉग स्क्वाड की टीम ने यहाँ पे सर्च किया। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं गाड़ी के जो साइड के जो गेट्स हैं और जो बोनट है वो यहाँ पर खुले हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और कुछ ही देर में ये बताया जा रहा है कि CFSL की टीम वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेगी और यहाँ से इस पूरी गाड़ी को एग्जामिन किया जाएगा। उसके बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पर ले जाया जाएगा, क्योंकि NIA की टीम जो है इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है और डॉक्टर उमर का ड्राइवर जो है इस गाड़ी को यहाँ पर लाके पार्क करता है, ऐसा सोर्स के हवाले से खबर है। क्योंकि कल जब जांच एजेंसियां अल-फला यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर पहुंचती है, कई लोगों के साथ पूछताछ की गई, जिसमें एक शख्स जो संदिग्ध पाया जाता है, जिसमें वो बताया जाता है कि वो डॉक्टर उमर का असिस्टेंट था और ड्राइवर भी था। वही शख्स जो था गाड़ी को चलाकर अपने यहाँ पर लेके आता है गांव में खंडावली में और यहाँ पे गाड़ी को पार्क करके चला जाता है। एक बार फिर से विजय जो है मेरे एक बार तस्वीर दिखाए क्लोज करके, क्योंकि तस्वीर थोड़ी धुंधली है, क्योंकि हम लगभग 100 से 150 मीटर की दूरी पे हैं। सुरक्षा कारणों के लिहाज से
All right, these are the visuals and a DNA test analysis has confirmed that a DNA test analysis has confirmed that Dr. Umar Nabi was behind the wheels of the car that exploded near Delhi's Red Fort earlier this week. And according to officials, forensic experts matched the DNA samples collected from the blast site with those of Umar's mother, confirming his identity. Sambhavi, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Sambhavi, now you are at the mosque site right now. Give us more updates on what is happening.
Right, let me show you. We were not, there was no CCTV footage, CCTV visible from outside, but now we'll show you the exact CCTV from which the pictures and videos that Republic is showing you right now. If you can look at the frame, you see that is the CCTV at which Umar looked at while entering this masjid, and then few hours later he carried out the sinister act. He carried out the blast at Red Fort, Delhi. You can see that exact CCTV, and when you actually look closely, the surrounding and then corroborate it with the image that is that Republic is showing you, you'll be able to see the exact position, exact CCTV which caught Umar Nabi entering the masjid, because there was a lot of confusion. There was some gap between Umar entering Delhi and Ring Road and driving around half of the Delhi, moving to most of the places, most of the prominent places. He entered the parking lot, the Red Fort parking lot at 3:19 p.m. and few hours later he carried out the sinister act. But now with the images coming out from the
All right, we'll try to connect back with Sambhavi. Sambhavi, if you can hear me, just confirm that you can hear me. All right, I will try to connect back with our reporter there. But this is the new CCTV footage that has emerged that shows a Red Fort bomber, Dr. Umar Nabi, entering this mosque in New Delhi, in Old Delhi rather, before carrying out the high-intensity explosion near Red Fort. And one can clearly see his face even as he turns and looks back. Remember, in the earlier CCTV footages, even while he was driving the car, one could see him but with the mask on. But the new CCTV footage that has emerged clearly shows his face, and these CCTV cameras have captured this Dr. Umar Nabi entering and leaving the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque near the Ramlila Maidan. This is opposite the Turkman Gate. Shambhavi, if you can hear me, just confirm.
Yes.
All right, and you were showing us the CCTV, the placement of the CCTV, and as earlier we were corroborating how this CCTV footage that we are seeing on our screens is actually matching from where you are at the moment. Give us more details.
Definitely. We'll show you again. Sorry, I think we lost connection for a while. The same CCTV, we were corroborating the location which caught Umar entering the masjid and actually worked as a very significant puzzle piece into putting together where was Umar after he entered Delhi and then he moved into the parking lot. There is a gap, as you see, if you look at the timing from 8:20 to 3:19 p.m. there is a gap of several hours where the whereabouts of Umar were not known, and now this new piece of information, this new picture, this new CCTV footage picture which corroborates that Umar did indeed enter masjid and then left around 3 p.m.
and then left.
Makes sense because for him to reach from here, it would at least take him 12 to 15 minutes to be on the safer side for him to enter the parking zone, stationary, and talking about being stationary in the parking lot for more than 3 hours. It is also important to let viewers know that.
All right, we'll try to connect back with Shambhavi. She is at the same mosque, the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque near Ramlila Maidan opposite Turkman Gate. And yours, a new video of the Delhi terror attack now has emerged, showing a Hyundai i20 car blowing up and going up in flames moments after a bomb was detonated by Dr. Umar Nabi, who was an employee at that Faridabad's Al-Falah University. And one can see this new video of the Delhi terror attack, and that clearly shows the Hyundai i20 car blowing up and going up in flames. Shambhavi is now in fact joining us from the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque opposite the Turkman Gate. Shambhavi, please continue.
Right, I'm very sorry. Some network issue. Please try to show yourself and corroborate the position once again. You can see the CCTV. Right, just 10 meters, hardly 10 meters from the entrance of the mosque. You can see the same CCTV camera that caught Umar Nabi entering the masjid and helped the investigators achieve a very important piece of information because there was a lot of gap between Umar entering Delhi and moving on,
entering the Red Fort parking lot area at 3:19 p.m. But now, with the help of the very same CCTV camera, it helped the investigators to understand that where was Umar in the middle, in where there was no public activity seen from the Umar's side between 8:20 a.m. to 3:19 p.m. This is where Umar actually. Before he actually carried out the sinister blast at the Red Fort, which costed more than 10 people their lives and several injuries. And after leaving from here, he was here
because at least 15.
All right. Of course, the audio seems to be a little problematic at the moment. But Shambhavi getting us very, very important information because she is at the site that she is at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque, which is opposite Turkman Gate. And remember, this coming in as the CCTV footage has emerged that shows Umar Nabi entering and exiting this mosque in Old Delhi before he carried out the high-intensity explosion near Red Fort. And in that video, one can clearly see him turning back, looking back. And the visual, in fact, however, that you are seeing on your TV screen is the new video of the Delhi terror attack, which shows the moment of the blast, really. The Hyundai i20 car blowing up, going up in flames moments after the bomb was detonated. So in the initial part of the video, one can see there is a traffic and slow-moving traffic actually. And in between all of this, suddenly the I-20 car blows up, goes up in flame. All right, Shambhavi is with us now. Shambhavi, please go ahead.
Right, we were telling our viewers that there was a gap between 8:20 a.m. to 3:19 p.m. 8:20 a.m. is the time where Umar, in his Hyundai i20, entered Delhi, entered the national capital through Badarpur Toll Plaza, and 3:19 p.m. is the time he entered the Red Fort Park. Between, as you can see, there is a gap of several hours where there was no public activity seen, there was no...
But now, with the help of the CCTV camera, we are constantly showing you on the exact CCTV camera which Umar entering the masjid, entering there, and where he was here for several hours before leaving from here, and then reach Fort parking lot area, and was the Hyundai i20 was stationary there for 3 hours. Let me also tell our viewers that investigators are considering the angle that the reason why the car, it is definitely a question in all of our minds, that why was the car stationary at the parking lot for 3 hours in such a high surveillance zone, in a zone which has high security. We've been constantly showing you on ground the number of CCTV cameras that are there at the red light just outside the 20 meters, 20 to 30 meters. So which was already even the investigators that what was Umar doing in the
parking lot after leaving from here for
Right. Umar wanted his intention, of carrying out the blast was the parking lot itself. But because on Monday, Red Fort is closed, the Charlie market is closed, one of the most places in Delhi. His target was cause as much as harm as possible. So that when he realized that because of it being a Monday, because the day being a Monday, there might not be a lot of people in the market. There might not be a lot of people in the parking lot. That is when he must have decided to come out of the parking lot, move towards the red lights, and just as the public was constantly showing you the video.
The CCTV footage at the moment of the blast. We were before that, we definitely had a lot of videos, a lot of CCTV footages where you could see the impact of the blast, the implications of the blast, what happened after the blast. You could see the people panicking. There was a panic, obvious panic among people. But Republic was showing you the exact moment, the exact point of the blast when there was a lot of traffic on the road. You could see there were cars, there were autos, there were a lot of people walking, and a lot of traffic. Right. And within just a matter of microseconds, there was a loud flash. There was a red.
Come out at 6:48 and at 6:52 between.
Right, Shambhavi, we will connect back to you. You just take a breath because we are coming back to you. Shambhavi is at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque. And we'll take a very short break. We'll come back to her and get more details on that. Meanwhile, we have more details emerging in the case because now Jaish terror plot is revealed. Now terror doctors linked to the terror outfit. UP ATS has detained one more doctor from Kanpur. Who is he? We'll get you all the updates after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बा वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Hello viewers, very good morning. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show, and because we are also tracking how the investigation is continuing, there are parallel updates coming in from multiple states. There are CCTV footages showing you what happened during the blast and just before the blast. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. DNA test confirms Umar Nabi was driving car in Delhi blast, says police sources. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues a statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. In new CCTV of the Delhi blast surfaces, video shows how the blast was triggered and place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains a Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with Shaheen. And viewers, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has termed the Delhi blast as clearly a terrorist attack, praising India's professionalism in handling this investigation. Rubio made this remark while responding to a media query on India's declaration on the blast as a terror incident. He commended India's measured and cautious approach, stating that the investigation is ongoing. Rubio also highlighted the blast involved a car loaded with highly explosive materials, resulting in multiple fatalities. Expressed confidence in India's capabilities, stating that they do not need US help in the investigation. So big update coming in on Republic TV viewers. We have that statement as well. Let's go ahead and play it out.
Terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to wait to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job. It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to wait to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job.
The UP anti-terrorism squad has now detained Dr. Muhammad Arif, a cardiology student from Jammu and Kashmir. In connection with the Delhi blast, Dr. Arif was picked from his rented house in Ashok Nagar and Kanpur for questioning. He was reportedly in contact with Dr. Shaheen, a key suspect in the case, and their phone records revealed their connection. Dr. Arif is a student of the NEET SS 2024 batch and was pursuing his studies at the Cardiology Institute in Kanpur. ATS is investigating his involvement in the Delhi blast case, and further questioning is underway in this case. So this is what we see, viewers. You can see that one of the aides of Dr. Shaheen has now been picked up, has been arrested. I just want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined by my colleague Shambhavi joining us. Shambhavi, we see that a doctor turned Jaish recruiter, Dr. Shaheen, you know, her traces are being, her terror links are being traced as we speak. But one of her aides has just now, from what we understand, been detained. This is Dr. Muhammad Arif, a cardiology student from Jammu and Kashmir, has been picked up from Kanpur.
Right, and the role of this terror Dr. Shaheen has been very questionable since the start, because the name came feeble link in the story when there was actually raids going on in Faridabad from where several kgs of explosive was found, and then that is where when Adil and Muzammil were already arrested, they were being interrogated, and then when more and more explosive was found, there was the
series of explosives, and also ammunition was found, and that to that. And that car was registered on Shaheen's name. That is how her name actually surfaced in this entire investigation. But as and when more and more layers started opening, more and more information started coming up, that is when Shaheen's role as the leader, she was also appointed as the head of the women's wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the fact that she was practically in the middle of all the corroboration that was being done, all the coordination about the planned attack, because this was not the only place. Make no mistake, this was not the only place. Red Fort in Delhi was not the only place, and possibly their target place in the plan that they were actually planning. There were several other places in Delhi, Ayodhya, Allahabad, Varanasi that they were targeting. There were 8 people, all distributed in a team of 2. So there were 4 groups, and all these 4 groups were supposed to carry out larger explosion, larger blasts in 4 cities, and main 4 cities, and especially targeting the religious places, temples, and that was what their original plan was. There were several meetings, there was several coordination between these people, where it involved Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen, Umar, and other radicalized medical students, radicalized group, which again, one of them has been arrested, as you very rightly mentioned. So there were meetings going on with them at the center. Another center of this story, Al-Falah University. There has been information that in the building number 17, room number 13, there used to be regular meetings between all of them, among all of them, about how to carry out the attack, what needs to be done, what would be the target places. There were diaries maintained, there were detailed diaries, detailed documents maintained regarding what needs to be done, who will be in whose team, and each one of them, they were supposed to carry IDs with them. They were supposed to identify 4 cars, and those 4 cars would then be later turned into explosive laden vehicles, which 2 of them, again, the Hyundai i20 was the one in which the blast was carried out in Red Fort. Another car was a red EcoSport. Republic is constantly reporting from the spot in the Faridabad from where the red EcoSport was seized by the investigators. But there are supposedly, allegedly, 2 cars 4 cars that would then be turned into explosive-laden vehicles, and their original plan of carrying out more severe blasts, which would cause more damage, more death, more injuries in 4 different cities, targeting religious places and the national capital.
That is right. Shambhavi, I really wanted to hold on for a second because I want to go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us live as well. Zeenat, I'm coming across to you right now, and we know that speaking of Shaheen's aide being arrested there, we know that Shaheen's arrest earlier, we had reported that, and you were reporting live that time, came after the coordinated operation by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Faridabad police, which was happening across multiple states. If you could just help our viewers understand the latest coming in after Shaheen's aide has been detained, and this aide is from Jammu and Kashmir, Dr. Muhammad Arif.
See, this is an ongoing process. We have to understand that in order to reach to the core of the case, the government or the machinery, as far as the police is concerned, they are doing everything to reach to the core of the case, and for which the detainment is going on, the raids are going on. In fact, one of the raids today was carried by the CIK and the Srinagar police in Anantnag's GMC. GMC is one of the focal points where not only the locker, the AK-47 was recovered, but also the doctors have served there. So one of the doctors was once again picked up, rather the 2 doctors were picked up by the CIK during the raid. So that tells you in Srinagar also, last evening the 3 of the doctors were detained, one of them was released. The continuous cautioning is going on whether any links found more as far as Dr. Umar is concerned, or the Adil or the Muzaffar. So this is an ongoing process. The police is investigating the matter, because ultimately it was the Srinagar police who really carried an investigation from the ground level, which led to its hand in Faridabad, where the huge quantity of explosives were recovered, and also multiple leads were generated. Although this time also we are saying that J&K police, the one SHO who has been the part of the entire investigation and who actually pulled the string, he is still working with the Faridabad police there to generate more leads, because Al-Falah University is one such spot where majority of the doctors from the Srinagar who either were dismissed by the LG administration or have the tainted past.
Zeenat, hold on for a second. They're getting some breaking news coming in. Terrorist Umar Mohammed is seen driving a car packed with explosives in Connaught Place. This is the video. Let's put that video out for you. There you go. That is the video. This is a very, very important especially a commercial area in the national capital, and in Connaught Place. This is the heart of Delhi, and Umar is seen driving a car packed with explosives on I-20 in the middle of the road at around 10:05 a.m. on the Connaught Place outer circle. Parliament House is 3 kilometers, just 3 kilometers from Connaught Place. So a big update coming in, and this is the latest video. In this video, let's put that video out for you. You can see this is the Connaught Place area, which is the very central area of Delhi. You can see that Umar is driving this car with the explosives, in that I-20 car in the middle of the road. It is around 10:05 a.m. So this is around 10:05 a.m. on the Connaught Place outer circle area, and Parliament House is just 3 kilometers away from Connaught Place. So this is a huge update coming in, viewers, and this is coming at the backdrop of what we just told you a short while back, where the UP ATS has joined the probe verifying links between the Red Fort blast and the planned strikes in Uttar Pradesh. And not just that, we also have got you the big update about the DNA match, which has been conducted and verified when it comes to terrorist Umar. Okay, let's go straight across to Shambhavi is joining us. Shambhavi, I'm coming across to you right now. And it is a DNA match. That has been confirmed. DNA test confirms Dr. Umar was the one who drove that I-20 that blew up near the Red Fort. But now we see this video. How much before? Okay, we have Rakshita. Rakshita, this video, if you explain to us, how many minutes or hours before or days before the blast are we looking at that video? Rakshita.
So that was for me. Please repeat the question, Shivangi.
Okay, Rakshita, if you can. Okay, we'll come back to Rakshita in a short while from now. Let's go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, looking at this video, Umar's car at Connaught Place, first exclusive Republic TV. And this is coming just after we told our viewers that a DNA test has confirmed Dr. Umar is the one who was driving the I-20, which we see that blew up near the Red Fort. Now, just take our viewers through this video that we are seeing on our screens.
See, Shivangi, exactly, because again, I'm sure we are showing the video right now. You can see this Hyundai I-20 just going a very in a high.
Given the time, and the time is set to be at 2:05 p.m. That is the time in which you can see the footage now. As he was saying, Shivangi, all these footages, all these CCTV footage has now come up as the sign of this entire investigation, because as the investigators are trying to puzzle in what was the exact route taken. Of course, the skeleton of it, the larger skeleton of it, of when the car left from Faridabad and entered Delhi, and then what was the time when it left the parking lot and the blast was carried out. That was prepared by the investigators. But now, with these little 7 seconds, 15 seconds clips that Republic is now showing you, we are trying to corroborate the time between it entered the Badarpur border toll booth and entered Delhi. What was Umar doing, driving the car around all around Delhi at all the prominent places? And this is also very important to note that this place, the exact footage that we are showing you right now, that footage is the place that you see, that is of the outer CP circle, and that is just 3 kilometers away from the Sansad Bhavan. So these are the prominent places that Umar and the car is, again, it is important to reiterate it again that the car was heavily explosive laden at the moment. This Hyundai I-20 was heavily explosive laden.
Okay. Shambhavi, please hold on. Okay, I think we have Rakshita with us. Let's go to Rakshita. Rakshita, you're joining us live right now, and we are getting these CCTV footages which are coming in from various locations. This one is from Connaught Place. If you could just help our viewers understand, why these footages are very important, because it really helps the investigators, helps the probe and the agencies put together the pieces of the puzzle.
Absolutely, as we have been tracking the story for the past more than 48 hours now, and we've told our viewers that how the forensic team has come together with the other investigative agencies. The CCTV footage, more than 100 of them have been tracked and closely monitored, and that's what is a big evidence that is now being gathered. Even yesterday, we ran reports like how this suspected suicide bomber Umar Nabi had also passed through Connaught Place. Now, Connaught Place is very, of course, is.
There are many offices in Connaught Place. There are many government offices around Connaught Place as well. And of course, it's very much near the Parliament House as well. So this, of course, is a matter of great concern, where all he was roaming around with that bomb-laden I-20, that explosive rigged I-20 car, and that has also been seen in this CCTV footage that we are running. In fact, there are multiple footages that we're running. We broke last night as well, and how that moment unfolded, the moment of the blast that unfolded, and that is that we just saw right now. Omar's car at he was parking the car and passing through Connaught Place. It's really scary that from Faridabad to Connaught Place and here outside the iconic Red Fort, this man is running away freely with this explosive-laden car. That is, of course, a big question mark, and a serious security raises many questions on security. Now, this
serious security raises many questions on security. Now, this we continue to get our viewers more and more details as to which other routes has he taken. We've seen his images from the CCTV cameras as well. We've seen
right at the Red Fort. But yes, these are important pieces of information.
The red car that has been seized, that is also a big mystery. It is still being searched because there could be a risky material, risky substance, could be laden with explosives as well. So one by one, we see that this conspiracy is being peeled layer by layer. Not to forget that how the conspiracy of multiple bombs being planted in different locations is also coming to the fore as the investigation unfolds and deepens now. So Shivangi, yes, this entire investigation is only intensifying. And from the forensic evidence that has been gathered here to these dots that are being connected, not just in Delhi, but different networks, the modules, how they were spread out in different cities, that, of course, is a big, I would say, a success that this information is coming to the surface, and this could have been even a bigger attack. That is what has been indicated by the sources also. However, this might just be the tip of the iceberg, a little bit more than the tip of the iceberg, but there is more to this conspiracy, Shivangi, and we are, of course, waiting for more information from the agencies, from the sources, from the police also, as India has vowed that the perpetrators of this dastardly attack in the national capital will be brought to justice soon.
Absolutely. I'm coming back to you, Rakshita, because, we have been getting our viewers' latest updates which are coming in, specifically when it comes to this bomber. Okay, we're talking about the Dr. Nabi, terrorist doctor. Delhi police has confirmed the man behind the Red Fort blast in Delhi was Dr. Umar because of the DNA test matching his mother's sample after the explosion. So this is a huge confirmation coming in. There are two videos we have put on the screen for our viewers which show the car bomber Umar at Connaught Place and in one more location just ahead of that blast. Rakshita.
Right. This is, of course, there are more updates that we have been tracking today. And, of course, the important part is that he visited this mosque as well. And he parked his car in the masjid parking lot around 3:19 p.m. So this car that was loaded with these explosives, and remember, ammonium nitrate traces have been found. The fuel, oil, and ammonium nitrate combined has been identified. But what we understand is that there is another chemical that could be very, very dangerous. It is being pointed out by our sources that it could be
a chemical that could be very, very dangerous. It is being pointed out by our sources that it could be military-grade explosive, and henceforth we see that this was such was the magnitude of the blast that it is possible it could have been a military-grade explosive. And it is shocking that this man, Umar Nabi, a so-called doctor, the terror doctor, was roaming around with this explosive in this I-20 car, walking there nonchalantly. You see, of course, he was maybe looking for an escape, trying to carry out an attack, and he was not sure. Maybe what we understand, it could have been just a hurried response, a hurried action that is taken last moment, that he came here, came all the way to the Red Fort area where we are standing right now. But yes, the fact that he passed through a very, very crowded street, that is a crowded road. If you see that outer ring of outer circle of the Connaught Place area, that is a big cause of concern. And yes, the angle where he goes to the mosque and he spends a lot of time at the mosque, he is looking for shelter at the mosque. That is also something now but has come to the fore via the CCTV footage that we have accessed from the Turkman Gate Mosque. So yes, these are piece by piece. This entire this day, the 10/11 conspiracy, at least that day of the attack, is now coming. Becoming more and more clearer. But who was actually behind him? Who was supporting him? His associates, of course, have also been questioned. But there are many more questions that remain to be. They still loom. They remain to be answered, and the investigators, of course, continue. We've seen yesterday and this morning also the NIA team, the NSG team was also present at the spot earlier this morning. The NSG team was also trying to retrieve more pieces. They're trying to piece everything together, and a forearm was also lying in one of the buildings around this area this morning. So yes, there are still some evidences in the adjacent areas. This area has been more or less been cleared, and maximum samples have been taken from this this entire road and that spot, of course, that is enclosed, that is concealed. But yes, we have to wait for more information coming in, because the tests continue. There are certain angles that are still being very, very closely followed. The CCTV footages are coming out one by one. They are servicing, and we've also accessed many of them, which indicate that how this day, the 10/11, this day was, this unfortunate day for the national capital had unfolded. In fact, but what really went behind? Who was along? Who did anyone give him support that day or earlier? We are, of course, getting viewers' details all throughout the day, one by one. Shivangi.
That is right. So, you know, Rakshita, just hold on for a second there. Rakshita, my colleague, is once again reporting live for us, from the blast spot. And she is getting us all those details. And I just want our viewers to look at these pictures on our screens, Rakshita, because we are mapping Umar's footprint before the terror attack. So he stopped for food in Ashok Vihar, then went to a mosque in central Delhi. Then, let's put those pictures out. And then he parked the vehicle near the Red Fort just hours before the terror attack. His last known mobile location was Al-Falah University on October 31st, after which his phone went off, suggesting he had possibly switched to a secret device. Rakshita. Yes. Shambhavi, yes. You know what? Let's go to Shambhavi, because Shambhavi is at that mosque, because we saw that the bomber Umar had stopped at a mosque just moments before that blast. And I think Shambhavi is there. Shambhavi, over to you.
Right, Republic has been constantly showing you the exact mosque and that too the exact CCTV camera which caught Umar entering and helped the investigators piece this conspiracy together because of the gap, because of the huge gap of around 7 to 8 hours that was not making sense, because after he left from Faridabad at 7:30 and entered Delhi through the Badarpur Toll Plaza at 8:19, then entered the parking lot at the Red Fort area at 3:20 p.m. There was a gap between 8:19 a.m. to 3:20 p.m. And now with these CCTV footages coming up, with these pictures coming up, there are two new pieces. There are two new pictures which is showing Umar driving around, either driving in the Hyundai i20 which carried out the blast, and the other picture was of here at Masjid. So now two puzzle pieces are brought together, and there is a timeline which is helping the investigators figure out that where all did he go, because Umar took the outer ring road area and drove around half of the Delhi, drove around major places. The video that we are constantly, Republic is constantly showing you, the CCTV footage of Umar driving in the Hyundai i20 around the outer CP circle in a very high speed. Now something which is very creepy, very eerie about it is that the same i20, that i20 car is not just any normal usual i20, it is a heavily explosive laden vehicle. It was heavily explosive laden at that time, which Umar was driving at such a high speed at not more than 3 kilometers distance from the Parliament building. And another puzzle piece that we are constantly showing you is this mosque where Umar actually came inside. We'll show you once again for our viewers who are just joining us right now. I'll request my VJ to come along and show the CCTV camera inside the masjid. And we'll keep bringing the ground updates to you, but we'll just stop for a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, they are visionaries who build companies and they are pioneers who build nations. But only a few have changed the course of modern India with the quiet conviction and uncompromising integrity of Padma Vibhushan N.R. Narayana Murthy. On the next episode of Legends, we trace his remarkable journey, story of discipline, innovation and the mind that coded India's future. Legends featuring N.R. Narayana Murthy. This weekend only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines. DNA test confirms Umar was driving car in Delhi blast, says police sources. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues a statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with Shaheen. And viewers, let's start with a big story. Tracking a terrorist. Umar is seen driving a car packed with explosives in Connaught Place. So we're putting on these pictures for you. We have a lot of CCTV footage which shows we are mapping the footprints of the bomber Umar. Now, this is Connaught Place, the outer circle, and it's also the heart of Delhi. Umar is seen driving a car packed with explosives on an I-20 in the middle of the road at around 10:05 a.m. on this place. This is Connaught Place outer circle area. And the Parliament House is just 3 kilometers. I repeat, the Parliament House is just 3 kilometers away from Connaught Place. So just putting on those pictures for you on Republic, you can see this is the Hyundai i20 at Connaught Place, and then he was also at the mosque. Car bomber Umar was at the mosque. So we have multiple CCTV footages showing the footprints of Umar. Okay, we have with us our colleagues, Rakshita joining us live. Rakshita and Shambhavi both. Rakshita is near the blast site. I just want to go first to Rakshita first. Rakshita, we will put our focus right now, even though the investigation is, the parallel investigations happening, different angles being looked at. Let's also talk a little bit more about this CCTV footage, because this is very important. The footages, there are many of them. They're showing different angles, different locations, and the movement of the bomber doctor, the terrorist doctor, before that dastardly blast.
Absolutely, this is of how the 10 hours before the blast unfolded, how those 10 hours unfolded, and this man Umar Nabi was roaming around in the national capital very freely with these dangerous explosives in that i20, in that white i20 car. And what we understand from these multiple CCTV footages that have been accessed now, and we are playing that out for our viewers, is that he had in fact also not just passed through the Connaught Place area, he was right around the E block. He was right outside E block, and he also stepped out. He is seen without his mask. So in multiple CCTV footages, he can see with mask and without mask, and that's why the NIA has been able to identify him when he removed his mask. So the first sighting has come from CP's E block, and he was captured stepping vehicle and also roaming around.
Very busy market, and it's a busy area. It has multiple offices and restaurants and shops as well, and it's a very popular tourist spot. You will easily
shops as well, and it's a very popular tourist spots. You will easily spot tourists in Connaught Place day and night, and this is of course again potentially could have been the target. That is what is being at least indicated, but then he chooses to take his car here where we are standing. That is the Red Fort area outside the gate number 1 of the metro station, Lal Killa metro station. Now he was wearing the black shirt and black trousers, and you can clearly see those brows. What we understand is that he was not speaking to anyone in those footages that have been accessed. He was not speaking to anyone. He just roamed around, and he was quite quiet and very nonchalant in his in the way he was moving around. And then the other CCTV shows that he passed through this area, the Connaught Place area, and then he what we understand, of course, ultimately he carried out that attack here at the Lal Killa metro station. So many of that he has spent good amount of time in different areas. The other key CCTV footage is the one from Turkman Gate, the masjid, that is the Faiz Ilahi Masjid at Turkman Gate, which is very close by to this area, in the near the Chandni Chowk area. And he again leaves the car unmasked when he goes to the mosque, and he spends time there. He spends a good amount of time in that mosque, and in that CCTV footage you can see his face is matching with the image that we had accessed just a day before and showed to our viewers how he looks like, how the suspected bomber looks like. And not to forget, the DNA samples have also confirmed that have matched with his parents in Pulwama. Now, what we understand is that there is a white car which is seen in at least, you can see that at least 25 CCTV points have been crossed. At least 25 CCTV points have been crossed by this i20 car. And that is, of course, a great cause of concern. But thankfully, this car has been identified, because continuing, and
from the Badarpur toll to this mosque and then the Connaught Place and this parking area, there are so many footages that have been accessed, and now are public. We've shown them to our viewers that clearly show where all did he travel through. So, in fact, he was also possibly seen near a petrol pump in Kalkaji area, and he was perhaps also could have been trying to enter the National Capital Region. That, of course, in the realm of speculation right now, because there are so many of the footages that show this car moving around. We do not know yet what exactly was the plan, but was this Lal Killa metro station actually his primary target? That is, again, something
Rakshita,
that is being
Rakshita,
yeah.
I really have to ask you to wait because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates for our viewers because what we understand so far is that the Delhi police searching for another car, hunt on for another car. Remember, there are a couple of cars which are quite they're under there's suspicion, very lot of suspicion around multiple cars. Delhi police searching for another car, search on for a Brezza car. Let's go to Rakshita. Rakshita, let's go to you. There is some information coming in right now regarding a Brezza car. One of Umar's cars was missing. Search is ongoing for the one found in Faridabad. Now search is going on for a third car. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Delhi police, now after the alert was issued by Delhi police yesterday of that red EcoSport car that has been now seized from Faridabad farmhouse. Now there's another car. It's a Brezza car, Maruti Suzuki Brezza car that is being searched for. And what we understand that there could have been an explosion that would have been, witnessed. One of Umar's car was missing and the search is still going on for that. And now the search is on for a third car now. So the second car, the EcoSport, was registered in his name, as we showed the details from the RTO that it was in the name of Umar Nabi. And now there's another car which is possibly owned by him. There was a plot to detonate a car bomb, and this car, the Brezza car, could have also been used for the same purpose. There was a module, but the module was exposed before it died out. So now what we understand that there were multiple cars, that I-20 car was the one car that actually carried out this attack. Now the second car was the red EcoSport that is still being searched. Remember, it is still a very, very risky job for the investigators. The dog squad, the NIA, NSG was there, and they're still investigating because that could be laden with explosives. Now there's a third car, that is the Brezza car, and possibly this is also the one that is being used. Now what we understand is a very, very dangerous plot, multiple cars, multiple bomb attacks being planned, and this again reinforces the theory that there might be multiple locations on target of this module. The module was busted, and what they could manage, what this man Umar Nabi, who had in fact who was trembling when he heard of those raids, and he rushed from Faridabad to target. He landed finally here, going to different areas in the national capital, and then what we understand that car exploded, that I-20 exploded. But yes, it's dangerous that there are more cars, and that is why the national capital region and
the multi-city or multi-state attack that they had been planning, and within Delhi also what we understand that there were many other areas that were on target. So that is of course a big cause of concern. The alarms have been raised very much early. Now we do not know the details of this car. It's a Brezza car. We do not know the number. But the EcoSport was a DL car that has been now seized. But this again is another search that has been launched by the agencies, by the Delhi police, that this car bomb attack would have been carried out via another car, that is this Brezza car. The EcoSport already under suspicion that it could be having explosives. The Jaish-e-Mohammed, the angle continues. We see that how Jaish-e-Mohammed earlier also has been behind such attacks where it has laden the vehicles with explosives. We have to go back to the Pulwama attack in 2019 when the CRPF jawans were targeted in that truck, how it was in fact exploded. It was how the impact was caused, with another explosive laden car, and the entire convoy was targeted by Jaish-e-Mohammed. And this was a multi-location bomb attack possibly that was being now planned.
That is right, Rakshita. So what we see, viewers, is that in a breakthrough, we are seeing that already the Faridabad police recovered a red Ford EcoSport linked to the terror attack conspirators. Now there is a hunt on for another car. For more, let's go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi is joining us live. Search for a Brezza car. Explosion had occurred in a car. One of Umar's car was missing and the search is ongoing for the one found in Faridabad. The search is on for the third car. So there are three cars. One is I-20. One is the EcoSport car, which was found recently in Faridabad. And one is the Brezza car, which the authorities are looking for. Shambhavi.
Right, Shivangi, Republic has already informed our viewers that there were 4 cars since the beginning. We are constantly non-stop updating you about the update in the case. There were 4 cars as per the investigation when the investigators were actually going through the stuff of Muzammil and Umar in the Al-Falah University, because there were 2 rooms, one of Umar and the another one of Muzammil. And there were diaries and documents, detailed diaries, where there were details about how there were 8 people who would be involved in the large-scale blast conspiracy that they were planning. And in their plan, there were 8 people, those 8 people in respective groups of 2. So 4 groups would be made, 4 groups would be given 4 cars. Their job would be to make sure that those vehicles are explosive laden vehicles. They are packed with explosives, and then they would carry out explosion. They would carry out blasts in 4 different places. There were several cities on their target, including Delhi. So now, after I-20, there was red EcoSport, and now the third car is in picture. That is Brezza.
That's right. Shambhavi is getting us all these updates coming in after I-20 EcoSport, hunt on for a third car, Brezza. Shambhavi also putting out these pictures for our viewers. But we're getting news, some more breaking news coming in. Major arrest has been made in Faridabad. A man named Fahim has been arrested from an undisclosed location, according to sources. Fahim is said to be the brother-in-law of terrorist Umar. According to information, Fahim parked a red EcoSport car in the Kandavali village. We had spoken about this car earlier. This car was found recently. It is noteworthy that an unidentified woman was also present with Fahim when he parked that car. Police are now investigating the woman's identity and Fahim's activities. Security agencies are present at the scene. Investigation and searches have been intensified in this area. So huge update coming in. Shambhavi, after the second red car was recovered in Faridabad, a man named Fahim has been arrested from an undisclosed location. Very, very important, because Fahim parked that red EcoSport car in Khandawali village in Faridabad, the same car which was recovered in Faridabad by the police a while back. Yes, Shambhavi.
Shivangi, see, with each piece of information, we are able to know that this was a huge network, and it is very important to remind our viewers it started with just one arrest in Saharanpur. That was the terrorist Dr. Adil. One arrest, and that has now led us to so many people. The latest arrest being Fahim. Just yesterday, there was an arrest, a mention of Shaheen's brother Parvez, and now it is Fahim. Then Fahim's name coming up, who is the brother-in-law of the bomber, the terrorist bomber Umar. And he was allegedly, he was the one who had parked that car, the red EcoSport, that the investigators were hunting, and it was found in the Khandawali village in Faridabad. And it is expected to be explosive laden. There are still teams, NIA teams, NSG teams, bomb squad, trying to figure out if there are explosive in the car, because they were indeed planning 4 different blasts with 4 different teams in 4 different cars, and now the investigators are on the hunt of a third car, and this new person Fahim with an unidentified woman. There is another woman whose identity is still not disclosed. The investigators are currently working on investigating who that woman was, but now we see that this was an extremely expanded network with even the families involved, and even Shaheen in the investigation. The information has come up that Shaheen has shared that there were 5 people. There was Shaheen, Adil, Muzammil, Umar and Shaheen's brother Parvez in this. They had a WhatsApp group through which they used to decide, they used to plan how to carry out this entire conspiracy, this entire blast that they were planning in major places in India, in major religious sites in India. And with this new piece of information, we see that not only these four terror doctors were involved, four main faces that Republic has been constantly showing you, being Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar. There were their families are also involved to some extent. To what extent it is still a point of investigation, but Shaheen's brother and now Umar's brother-in-law Faheen is also a part of this conspiracy.
Right, Shambhavi, we're getting these updates coming in. The police are probing Fahim's activities, and this is the biggest update for you right now. So we have Shambhavi and we have Rakshita also. But I want to go back to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, you have been in Faridabad. You have been covering the story ever since we saw that there was a lot of explosives found in Faridabad, and then we saw that the investigation really pick up pace. So if you could help our viewers really understand, how this case has really snowballed in terms of Faridabad being a key location where a lot of explosives were found and being a key center where all these conspirators were coordinating with each other and leaving explosive and leaving clues behind. Yes, Shambhavi.
Definitely, Shivangi. See, earlier when the arrest was made of this terror doctor Adil from Saharanpur, the extent of this investigation was earlier just to Jammu and Kashmir. But with these explosives found, with the arrest of Adil, this terror doctor Adil, the investigation has expanded to Haryana, West, UP and other parts of the country. And the investigators we get to know that this was a largely extended terror module that they were operating on. And with more than 2,900 kg of explosive. Now that is a huge amount. With just 360 kg of explosive ammonium nitrate packed in 8 large bags, 4 small bags in a small room and an isolated place in a very small village of Faridabad, which was just 4 kilometers away from there, another house, another small room with around 2,600 kgs of explosive, which includes the wires, the timers and every other material that goes in the making of IED. It was found, so that makes Faridabad, that already made Faridabad a major point in this entire investigation. The presence of Al Falah University, from where all these people, all these terror doctors are associated in some way or form, either they are a student or they are a senior teacher in Al Falah University. That is the point where all these conspirators, where all these terrorists, they were planning, they were meeting for several meetings, they were coordinating. So
I also want to bring in Rakshita. I want to bring in Rakshita because Rakshita has been at the blast site. In fact, she's been there for the past few days. And Rakshita has been also looking at how the investigation is continuing very closely. Rakshita, I'm coming across to you. If you could just help our viewers understand the latest updates that you are getting for us. We are already breaking a lot of stories and a lot of inputs that we are getting.
Right, so this man, another is a big catch by the agencies. This man, Fahim, who has been arrested, it's a very big development. And, the investigators, the agency are getting closer and closer to those who carried out this attack. Now, this man is Fahim, who's said to be the brother-in-law of Umar Nabi, the terror doctor Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber. And now what we understand is that he was the one who parked this red EcoSport car, which was rounded up yesterday in Faridabad, a farmhouse. And this is now what we understand is that there was also a woman that is seen in this footage, and this woman is said to be also associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed's Women's Week. And remember, Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen also has been associated with, said to have reportedly associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed's Women Wing. And now you can see that if you connect the dots, this entire terror module of the so-called doctors is becoming clearer day by day. And how dangerous were they? It was not just this car bomb blast, but there were multiple cars now that are under the lens, that are on radar. First, that EcoSport, and now there is a hunt, remember, for that Brezza car as well, where it could be laden with explosives, or perhaps an explosion has already been heard somewhere. We do not know yet, but the hunt for that Brezza car is underway. And now this is getting even more clearer that it could have been multiple. They divided teams and they took these cars with explosives in different locations. And when this module was busted, the raids were conducted in Faridabad. They ran for cover, they ran for their life, and what they could manage was Umar here, who was roaming around the national capital for half a day almost. He carried out this bomb blast. But yes, it's a big arrest that this man has been now arrested. Also, there are sources coming in that there is also a woman who's under the scanner called Afira Bibi. Okay, we'll get more details on that. But what we are getting to know is that this is a big arrest that has been made from Faridabad, from an undisclosed location, of course. And the red EcoSport car is the car that he was in Kandavali village of Faridabad, that still remains there, and multiple teams are at the spot, and they're investigating that car if it is laden with explosives, and which is a big possibility. There's a high possibility. So that is the big information. That is a big piece of information. That's important information that we're getting in right now. Fahim is the name, and he was with an unidentified woman also. And now police are investigating the activities of Fahim, who's said to be the brother-in-law of Umar Nabi, the suspected suicide bomber of this Delhi attack.
That is right, Rakshita. Rakshita, okay, of course, we're getting back-to-back updates coming in. But I also want to shift our focus to what is happening at the blast site, because, of course, we'll keep getting all these updates about the key players here, which are being investigated. However, we saw that still their investigation agencies at the spot, they're still collecting whatever evidence that they can find from the spot, even days after the blast. Just help our viewers understand more on this, Rakshita.
Well, as we speak, this remains sealed, but today a severed arm, a part of an arm, a forearm, a severed arm was found in one of the rooftops around this area, around 1,000 feet away from this blast site. It was at the Lajpat Rai markets. Now, if you go behind this Jain Mandir, we will see that entire market is in this vicinity. And in the market, there's a severed arm that has been found today. And just like just the next day of the blast, this morning when we were reporting, that morning we showed that how a severed head was found in the Jain temple, and there was a part of a shoulder on the terrace that was also located and collected by the forensic team. It was so intense, viewers. The arm of a person found nearly 300 meters from this blast site. And there was a video that came in today, the Lajpat Rai market, that was just opposite the Red Fort corridor. So that is the latest recovery that has been made by the team today. Was at the spot, the NSG and the FSL as well. Shivangi.
That is right. So still we see that the FSL team is on the spot. But I request Rakshita and Shambhavi to stay with us, because we're getting a lot of updates, especially this video you see, the car bomber Umar car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place just hours before the blast. Much more details coming right up.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
DNA test confirms Umar was driving car in Delhi blast, says police sources. Car bomber Umar's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with Shaheen. Viewers, we are live and breaking and getting you all the updates coming in as the probe continues in the Delhi blast case. The Republic has now detailed inputs. The first location of a terrorist, Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil was posted at Vibras Hospital in Saharanpur on November 5th, 2024. He then left on March 3rd and then joined the famous Medicare on March 20th, 2025. And on November 7th, the Jammu and Kashmir police arrived and took him into custody in Jammu and Kashmir, viewers. So we're getting these updates coming in. We have with us our reporters and some reactions and ground reports.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली में आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहां पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहां पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भी यहाँ? तो देखिए गली में यहाँ पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए वो मस्जिद है, जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहाँ पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ जहाँ पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था, इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है, कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, भाई यहीं के रहने वाले आप हैं? तो देखिए कुछ यहाँ पर शख्स हैं जो यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ रहता था डॉक्टर आदिल, आप लोगों ने कभी उसे देखा था यहाँ पे?
नहीं जी, कभी नहीं देखा।
कुछ पता चला इस गली में कितना बड़ा आतंकी रहता था आप लोग?
नहीं जी नहीं, हमें मालूम नहीं है इसके बारे में।
इस मस्जिद में भी वो आता था नमाज पढ़ने के लिए, आप लोग को जानकारी मिली हो तो?
नहीं, अभी कभी नहीं देखा उसे।
फिर आपको पता नहीं इस गली में रहने का क्या फायदा है आपके?
हम दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं।
फिर दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं। देखिए वो दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं, इस गली में रहते थे, लेकिन क्या फायदा जब इन्हें पता ही नहीं कितना बड़ा आतंकी इस गली में रहता था। देखिए ये वो गलियां जिसमें रहता था, ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे, लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहाँ पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगे इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने, लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसीलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है, उसका कोई पता नहीं, उसके गांव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई। जी देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहाँ पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहाँ पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भी यहाँ? तो देखिए गली में यहाँ पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए वो मस्जिद है जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहाँ पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ जहाँ पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था, इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है, कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, भाई यहीं के रहने वाले आप हैं? तो देखिए कुछ यहाँ पर शख्स हैं जो यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ रहता था डॉक्टर आदिल, आप लोगों ने कभी उसे देखा था यहाँ पे?
नहीं जी, कभी नहीं देखा।
कुछ पता चला इस गली में कितना बड़ा आतंकी रहता था आप लोग?
नहीं जी नहीं, हमें मालूम नहीं है इसके बारे में।
इस मस्जिद में भी वो आता था नमाज पढ़ने के लिए, आप लोग को जानकारी मिली हो तो?
नहीं, अभी कभी नहीं देखा उसे।
फिर आपको पता नहीं इस गली में रहने का क्या फायदा है आपके?
हम दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं।
फिर दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं। देखिए वो दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं, इस गली में रहते थे, लेकिन क्या फायदा जब इन्हें पता ही नहीं कितना बड़ा आतंकी इस गली में रहता था। देखिए ये वो गलियां जिसमें रहता था, ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया, वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की, बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे। लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहाँ पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगे इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है, जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने, लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसीलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है, उसका कोई पता नहीं है, उसके गांव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई। जी
Okay, let's go to Rakshita who's joining us. Rakshita, we heard that report by my colleague, and he was reporting on Dr. Adil. Now, Dr. Adil was arrested from Saharanpur. He was working at a Saharanpur hospital and he was following the blast. He was arrested. Now, Republic has traced one of his locations and he was taken into custody in Jammu and Kashmir. If you could just help our viewers understand the role of Dr. Adil, because he's one of the key players who are being investigated.
Absolutely. Adil was in fact a very important player right from the beginning, even before this blast took place, because remember he hails from Kazigund and he was the one who was putting up these posters in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact a team of Jammu Kashmir police had found 350 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, assault rifles and ammunition from Faridabad. Now Adil Ahmed Rathir was arrested for putting up these posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Srinagar, remember it, right in Srinagar. And what unfolded was questioning. He was arrested and then questioning. He was a senior resident doctor at GMC Anantnag. It's a very, very high profile hospital for the area. So he was posted, he was working as a senior resident fellow, as a senior resident doctor in GMC, as the government medical college in Anantnag until October last year, until October 2024. And then what we understand is that from his locker, police had raided his GMC Anantnag locker, and AK-47 rifle and ammunition was seized. So that of course raised an alarm. So it all began from there. This entire terror module, Adil Rathir's role becomes very important when it comes to cracking this entire conspiracy. So these posters led to what was happening in Faridabad.
All right, let's go to Shambhavi. Sorry, Rakshita, I'll have to go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, looks like there's some movement there. Shambhavi, over to you.
Right, Shivangi, we are right outside. We were constantly reporting from Masjid, and as you can see, there are several officials who have now come here for some investigation. They are here for some verification. We tried talking to them, asking them for some answers. What is the state of investigation? Have they got anything, any new leads or something? But they told us that very soon some senior official is going to be here and they'll speak to us regarding the update on the investigation. But there has been constant movement of Delhi police here since we've been here since hours now. They've come here for verification, but now, just a few moments ago, there were senior officials here. Even right now, they are inside. They are verifying some information. We tried asking them that, are you here for investigation? Are you here for some new update? And they said that we are here for some verification. Let our senior officials come. They'll speak to you. They'll update you about what is the stage of the investigation.
That is right. Shambhavi, also, we have to talk a little bit more about the significance of where you are. If you could help our viewers understand the significance of where you are, because we know that the terrorist, Dr. Umar, he was moving across many locations. We have a lot of videos which we'll put out on our screens. CCTV footage mapping his footprints. Yes, Shambhavi.
Right, because this is one of the very crucial pieces which will help the investigators map out the entire route that Umar took after entering Delhi, because as Republic has been telling our viewers that there was a gap between him entering the Delhi and also him entering the parking zone, the Red Fort area. So this is one of the very significant CCTV footage or pictures which we are showing you, where Umar was seen entering the masjid. He was here for 10 minutes. He offered prayers, and he even as per information, he was looking around at people very suspiciously, and he also looked directly at the camera. In the picture, you can see the picture that the public is showing you. You can see that Umar is looking at the towards the camera. He was here, and then he left around 3. For him to reach the parking zone from here, from this masjid itself, the distance is somewhat of a 2 kilometer distance from here to Red Fort. And for him to reach the Red Fort parking zone, that is the time which is being currently being assumed by the investigators. And with each new piece of CCTV footage, with each new piece, we can see there was another footage that we showed where Umar was seen driving the I-20 on the outer circle of CP in that explosive laden car, and this was so this can be considered as the last stop before the few hours there when the blast was actually carried out, because this was the last stop before he moved on, before he went to the parking zone of the Red Fort, was stationary there for 3 hours, came out of the parking zone at 6:48 p.m. and just few minutes later at 6:52 p.m. there was this blast near the Red Fort, causing several people to lose their lives and several injuries. So this becomes a very crucial point, a very crucial spot, because this was the last place. We can positively say that this was the last place that Umar was before moving on to the parking zone, to the Red Fort area, and then carrying out the sinister blast.
That is right, Shambhavi. I also want to, tell our viewers a little bit more about Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil, remember, was arrested by the SIT. My colleague Sagar is in Saharanpur and is getting us this report from outside the hospital where Dr. Adil was posted, one of the terrorist doctors in this blast case. Let's have a look at this report by my colleague.
आखिर दिल्ली में जो आतंकी ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बीज कहां पर बोए गए, आखिर उसकी फसल कहां पर देखिए सबसे पहले तैयार हुई, उसी का खुलासा रिपब्लिक भारत इस समय हर दिन कर रहा है और कई अहम कड़ियां सामने आ रही हैं। यह है सहारनपुर का देखिए वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था, जो जैश के संगठन से जुड़ा था, जो हथियारों की सप्लाई करता था, जो लोगों का ब्रेन वॉश करता था, वो यहां पर आकर सबसे पहले नौकरी किया। यहीं पर लोगों को लगातार वो मिलाने लगा और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के 37 दिन पहले यहां पर सभी डॉक्टरों, जो आतंकियों की फौज है, वो यहां पर मुलाकात करती है। फिर उसके बाद स्क्रिप्ट पूरी तैयार की जाती है, पटकथा की आखिर कैसे पूरे देश भर में ब्लास्ट किए जाएं, धमाके किए जाएं। लेकिन आखिर देखिए ये जो ठिकाना मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, जहां पर देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल आया नौकरी करने के लिए, और अभी फिलहाल देखिए अस्पताल मैनेजमेंट जो इस बारे में बताएगा कि आखिर कैसे यहां पर वो पहुंचा। देखिए तस्वीरें, यहां पर आया डॉक्टर आदिल, सबसे पहले नौकरी किया, फिर उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर में जाकर उसने ज्वाइनिंग की, और भी कई अहम कड़ियां इसमें सामने आ रही हैं कि आखिर कैसे यहां तक वो पहुंचा, कैसे वो देखिए बैंक अकाउंट खुलवा रहा है हर जगहों पर, क्योंकि आखिर पहला ठिकाना उसने यहाँ पर क्यों बनाया, कितने की सैलरी पर वो ज्वाइन किया, और यही नहीं उसके घर में कौन कौन से लोग मुलाकात के लिए आते थे, इस बारे में भी देखिए बातचीत अब की जा रही है। यहीं से रोज देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल जो एंट्री करता था, अस्पताल में दाखिल होता था, बहुत मोटी सैलरी पर देखिए यहाँ पर वो ज्वाइन किया था। लेकिन जो उसने किराए पर मकान लिया इस अस्पताल से देखिए चंद कदम की दूरी पर, उस मकान में भी 2 दरवाजे थे। 2 दरवाजे होने का मकसद ये था कि अगर कोई आगे से मुलाकात करने के लिए आया तो कैसे उसको पीछे रास्ते वापस कर दिया जाए। 5 से 6 गाड़ियां डॉक्टर आदिल जो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले कश्मीर से नौकरी के लिए आया डॉक्टरी की, उसके यहाँ लोग मुलाकात करने के लिए हर दिन जाते थे। उन संदिग्ध गाड़ियों में कौन से लोग आते थे उनसे भी पूछताछ इस समय की जा रही है। लेकिन आखिर 37 दिन पहले सहारनपुर का वो देखिए जो है लोकेशन था जहां पर लोग मुलाकात करते हैं एक शादी समारोह में, और आतंकियों ने पूरी पटकथा लिखी कि आखिर कैसे देश को धमाके की आग में झोंका जाए, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ा जाए। सहारनपुर लोकेशन रखने का मतलब एक था क्योंकि यहाँ से दिल्ली, लखनऊ, मथुरा ये तमाम देखिए लोकेशन है उत्तराखंड जैसे, जिसको देखिए यहाँ पर निशाने पे टारगेट पे लिया जाए आतंकियों के जरिए।
And viewers, Karnataka Congress Minister B. Zamir has created quite a stir with his statement yesterday on the Delhi blast that happened in the national capital's Red Fort area. He speculated the blast to be a political conspiracy in light of the blast occurring a day before the Bihar elections phase 2. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
As the nation is still reeling in the aftermath of the Delhi blasts on Monday, a Karnataka Congress leader makes a shocking statement. Congress Minister B.Z. Zamir, in a statement on Wednesday, speculated the blast to have political involvement. He alleges so as he traces the blast which occurred on November 10th to precede the Bihar elections phase 2, which is scheduled on November 11th. He even went on to demand an answer on the same from Home Minister Amit Shah.
कार ब्लास्ट जो होना था, हादसा जो हुआ है नहीं होना चाहिए था। हमको आश्चर्य क्या है, ये बम ब्लास्ट जो हुआ है 10 तारीख को हुआ है, 11 तारीख को चुनाव है बिहार के अंदर। अभी आप भी देखे होंगे हमारा कन्नड़ माध्यम के अंदर वो लोग बोल रहे थे कुछ पॉलिटिकल है क्या करके। हमको भी ये सुनने को आ रहा है कि इसके अंदर पॉलिटिकल इन्वॉल्वमेंट है करके सुनने को आ रहा है, पक्का नहीं बोलता हूँ। और ये जो भी पॉलिटिकल अगर बेनिफिट को एक आदमी की जान लेना है ना, उसको सही में उसको अच्छा नहीं होता। कोई भी रहने दो, एनीबडी। और ये 100% एक दिल्ली कैपिटल में हुआ इंसिडेंट, ये दिल्ली कैपिटल में हुआ है। अमित शाह उसका जवाब देना चाहिए। इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर, IB फेलियर।
The statement indicates his letting Pakistan off the hook for having inflicted the blast and consequent devastation. This statement also comes amid ongoing investigations into the Delhi blast, especially as it garnered the connotations of a terror attack in light of the Faridabad raids and the nation's crackdown on terrorism.
Viewers, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti has now come out openly backing the accused, saying agencies must not go overboard during the probe. Take a look at this report for more.
In the aftermath of the Delhi terror attack case that killed nearly 12 people and injured 20 others, a major political controversy has now erupted. 4 terror conspirators, the terror doctors, have been detained. And still underway are the raids across the valley in multiple locations on the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror suspects. As agencies tighten the crackdown on the Faridabad-based terror doctor-led Jaish-e module, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti has come out openly backing the accused, saying agencies must not go overboard during the probe.
सरकार को चाहिए वो फर्क करे, जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो मुजरिम हैं, उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दो, मगर जो शक के बिना पे जिनके रिश्तेदारों को आप इस वक्त पकड़ दकड़ कर रहे हो, उनके साथ तरीके से पेश आइए। उनको मुजरिम समझ के तफ्तीश मत कीजिए। उनको सिर्फ ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन समझ के इन्वेस्टिगेशन कीजिए, ये अच्छा नहीं है।
The Gupkar gang, who remained silent for 48 hours after the Delhi terror attack, has now urged the government to conduct a free and fair investigation, but not to harass the parents of the arrested doctors.
मैंने खुद देखा टीवी पे, जिस तरह एक डॉक्टर के बाप, उसका क्या कसूर है, उसके मुंह पे काला कपड़ा डाल के उसको धक्के घसीटा जा रहा था। ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। मुझे पता है, मुझे मालूम है जो दिल्ली में हमारे लोग इस हादसे का शिकार हुए, उनके घर वालों के दिलों पे क्या गुजरती होगी। हमने ये कई बार देखा, कश्मीर में होते हुए देखा, जम्मू कश्मीर में होते, हमें तकलीफ समझती हूँ, मगर सरकार को चाहिए वो फर्क करे। जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो मुजरिम हैं, उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दो।
But this is not the first time. Earlier, as the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack, when the houses of OGWs were being demolished and raided in the valley, Mehbooba Mufti had then come out in support of the terror backers.
सिर्फ नहीं था, वो हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर के बिलखुसूस कश्मीरियत पे अटैक था, हम लोगों पे अटैक था, इसको हम पूरी तरह से इसकी मजम्मत करते हैं। ये बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। मेरी गुजारिश है, होम मिनिस्टर साहब यहाँ आए हुए हैं कि वो जल्द से जल्द पता लगाएं ये कौन से दहशतगर्द हैं जो इसमें मुलव्वस थे, ताकि उनको जल्द से जल्द सजा दी जाए।
Her statement has now ignited a political fault line between those backing a strong hand against terror and those calling for restraint in investigation. As Delhi remains on high alert and the Delhi police and NIA widens its search, Mehbooba Mufti's defense of the accused has turned into a national flashpoint, pitting politics against the fight on terror.
And viewers, in a major crackdown following the high-intensity blast in Old Delhi, security agencies have arrested 3 Muslim clerics from different parts of North India. Now, all the 3 are believed to have played a key role in planning and supporting the attack that shook Delhi on November 10th. Here is a detailed report.
A multi-state operation busted the white-collar terror module. Further investigations have put 2 Muslim clerics in the public eye. In the investigation that started after spotting of Jaish posters at Srinagar in mid-October, 2 overground workers with history of stone pelting and close association with Jaish and Lashkar-e-Toiba were later arrested. The first Muslim cleric arrested was from Shopian. His name, Irfan Ahmad Wagai, who is accused of being the mastermind behind the white-collar terror module in Faridabad. Irfan Ahmad worked as a former medical worker at the Government Medical College and as an imam in Naugam. He allegedly lured medical professionals towards radical ideologies and brainwashed his students by showing Jaish videos. Investigations have also revealed that the imam's ties were with Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, a close aide of Dr. Muhammad Umar, who allegedly carried out the Red Fort blast. The second cleric detained from Mewat, Haryana is Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiaq, residing in a rented accommodation within the Al Fatah University campus. Ishtiaq has been taken to Srinagar for further questioning. Earlier, the investigators seized over 2,500 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, potassium chlorate and sulfur from his home. Police say that the duo were in constant communication and is suspected to arranging logistics and dispersing radical content and recruitment of a larger terror module. With the latest arrest, the agencies believe that they have nabbed the core group behind the deadly blast, but the investigation is far from over.
And viewers, just getting on this update coming in, Building 17 of the Al Falah University has become a meeting point for terrorists. Now, I just want to tell our viewers that this is information coming in on the Al Falah University, emerging as an epicenter of the planning for the blast that ripped through that dastardly blast which took place in the national capital. Room 13 of the building was a site of a conspiracy to carry out bombing at many locations in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. And Room 13 belonged to Dr. Muzammil of Pulwama, where he held meetings with other terrorist doctors. There was more detail that we are getting because the police have seized this room. So there's some action taken. The police have seized this room and recovered many devices and pen drives. Forensic team recovered some chemicals and digital data from room 13 of building 17 and from the lab. It is suspected, viewers, that explosives were prepared by mixing these chemicals with small amounts of ammonium nitrate and oxide. This is a huge update because it gives us a insight or a clue as to how the planning was taking place. Al Falah University has become the epicenter of the planning for the blast that ripped through the heart of the national capital. The investigation now is continuing on all those doctors who are working at this university and were planning, according to the details, were planning other activities. Taking a short break. Much more coming up. We'll put a focus on the top stories. We're tracking car bomber Umar Nabi's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast. Much more details coming right up. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12 p.m. this Thursday afternoon. Our top story continues to remain the 10/11 blast investigation. We here on Republic over the last 3 days have been breaking the details of the complete conspiracy. And this afternoon at 12 p.m, I bring you 5 exclusive angles with 5 breaking news inputs on how this entire terror module of Jaish was operating unabated from Faridabad with connections all the way to Turkey. I'll bring you all those details in just a moment, but as always, let's start this live and breaking bulletin with the headlines. DNA test confirms terror doctor Umar Nabi was driving the car in Delhi blast. Now, police sources say that the car bomber Umar Nabi's car was spotted outside the Connaught Place 4 circle just hours before the blast. Car bomber Umar Nabi's car was spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place just 4 hours before the blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and the place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with other terror doctor Shaheen. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 3 days, Republic has been breaking the news live about how an inalienable Pakistan and Jaish link is linked to the Delhi blast. And now it is confirmed that Jaish-e-Mohammed had in fact planned the blast. A huge confirmation has now come from the Indian agencies that Jaish carried out the attack via a white-collar terror module network using Telegram to plan and execute these blasts. This all started with Dr. Adil, who was arrested in Jammu and Kashmir after he was caught posting Jaish posters there in Srinagar. Subsequently, an entire arrest and investigation took place, which led to the exposure of all the other terror doctors and the 3 tons of explosives that were recovered from Faridabad. My colleague Rakshita joins me live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Rakshita, we have been piecing the puzzle all together for the last 3 days, and now the big picture is once again emerging that we were telling all along, an inalienable Jaish link emerging to the Delhi blast.
Absolutely. This actually shows that how these Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives were very much present and they were in fact hiding out in these sleeper cells. If you can talk about, am I audible? Am I audible? Check,
yes,
1, 2, 3.
You are, Rakshita.
You talk about Jaish-e-Mohammed, that there was entire network that was in fact very much there present. And remember, Jaish-e-Mohammed's style of attack is quite identifiable with what happened. The car bombing is something that Jaish had attempted in Pulwama as well. But not to forget that this time the explosives, that were laden were more than 300 kilograms. It was 3 tons, as you mentioned. 3 tons of explosives have been seized, and it all began with those Jaish-e-Mohammed posters being spotted. Before 2019, it was a very common sight. It would have been dismissed as a propaganda, but this time, all thanks to, SSP Srinagar, GV, Chakravarti, who actually was on alert. He went on to, he sent in teams to identify the man, check these CCTV footages, who in fact had pasted those posters praising, lauding, glorifying Jaish-e-Mohammed in Srinagar. That led to Adil Rathe's arrest, and then the GMC Anantnag was raided, and that led, that arrest led the investigators to Faridabad, where Muzammil was there in the Al-Falah University. So this, in fact, is a very, very important, Adil was the key to busting this terror module in Faridabad, and it shows that how Jaish-e-Mohammed's operatives were very much connected with the Al-Falah University. The Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing, which Public TV has been closely tracking, how Jaish-e-Mohammed has been using using digital wallets for terror funding, how it is attempting to rebuild its markaz and its headquarters, and Jaish-e-Mohammed is trying to recruit women. And just weeks after, we see that Shaheen, this so-called Dr. Shaheen, is arrested, and she in fact had exposed that how she has been associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. Not to forget the Telegram apps, the Telegram chats as well, which have groups made and which are affiliated with the handlers in Pakistan. And the Turkey angle is also something that we broke yesterday. So yes, these are tentacles, I would say, that have been identified point by point, and the style of the attack itself shows that Jaish-e-Mohammed was behind this, something like what they did in Pulwama. This time they were planning perhaps a multi-location blast, because there are 3 cars at least under scanner. One I-20 car has been already identified that carried out this explosion right here where we are. The second, EcoSport, is still being investigated. It could be laden with explosives, and now the hunt for that Brezza car is also underway. That is also a part of or owned by the members of this terror module. So yes, this nefarious plot of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Masood Azhar is the one who was literally crying, if you see in that audio message recently that he had also released, where he was lamenting the death of his family members and the module there, the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit members. Also how airstrikes by the Indian Air Force had completely demolished their headquarters and finished the family of Masood Azhar. It's the same Masood Azhar, in fact, if you remember, who had vowed to avenge Babri. He has mentioned Babri many times, even in the past of 2 years. He has made a statement about Babri Masjid, especially when Ram Mandir was being inaugurated. Before that, he was talking about Babri Masjid and how it is hurtful. He was in fact reading out such sermons and trying to brainwash people once again. And we do know that there were in Ayodhya and Varanasi were also potential targets. So clearly we see how the Jaish-e-Mohammed hand is very much visible. The agencies also understand that. But it remains to be seen what India does now, because in the CCS last night, there was no mention of Pakistan or Jaish-e-Mohammed. That, of course, is a matter of right now. It sparks curiosity right now. What really is India's stance? Is India what will be the next step of New Delhi? But yes, Jaish-e-Mohammed, its hand is very much visible, and agencies are on high alert across cities, because such bombs could be planted in different cities, even in Delhi, in multiple locations also. So the hunt is going on for many more associates, and especially another car that has been identified now, Kurtat.
Indeed, Rakshita, and what, ladies and gentlemen, also is very much confirming that this was an industrial scale terror operation is the manner in which the entire attack was carried out, which brings us to angle number 2, which is the ammonium nitrate fuel oil in the vehicle that had borne the IED. That was an ANFO that triggered during the crowded place in the Hyundai i20, which was packed with ANFO and IED. That's the breaking news update that we are getting you now, that it is confirmed based on forensic evidence that the IED that went off at the Red Fort had fuel oil ammonium nitrate borne with an IED ANFO triggered in the crowded place. Shambhavi, you have been reporting from ground zero also since the day of the blast. Do tell us about what information that we have now gathered about the forensics and how it has now been confirmed, and then inalienable link has been established to the 3 tons of ammonium nitrate that was recovered from Al-Falah University and the residences of Dr. Muzammil, and now the entire link of the same chemical being used in the IED blast, which was very cold and calculated when it went off in the visual that is we see on the screen at the Red Fort blast site.
Right, Krutat, with each piece of information that we are getting, you can see that this is a huge network, huge terror module, way worse than what was being discovered initially, even from the first arrest. And it is the first arrest of Dr. Adil in Saharanpur that triggered this entire investigation, multiple raids, and the presence of ammonium nitrate that you're talking about, definitely the forensic evidence, the examination has confirmed that the ammonium nitrate, which was found in the car with of which the IED was made of the ammonium nitrate, the fuel oil, which triggered the blast and again resulted in multiple deaths and casualty. That is shows that this is a huge network, and it's not just 360 kgs which was found in Faridabad, in that isolated village of Faridabad Doga. That is not just it. It is another 2600 kg explosive was found in just 4 kilometers radius. And then even a third location was discovered where around 56 kgs of material which is used to make firecrackers and fireworks and could also be potentially used in making of explosives. So you see that this is a huge amount of explosive, and this is not an isolated incident. Make no mistake, this Red Fort blast which was carried out by this terrorist network, their doctor terrorist network, this was not an isolated incident. This was meant to be a larger conspiracy. This was meant to be a larger network. These were a team of 8 people who were supposed to be divided in 4 groups, and each group would have 2 people each. And there were several meetings which was going on. The Republic also has been reporting from Al Falah University. Among all these findings of explosives and the material that usually goes into the making of IEDs, Republic has also been reporting from Al Falah, which has also come up as one of the central points in this entire conspiracy. Apart from these doctors, these terrorist doctors being associated to the university in some way, shape or form, there were regular meetings. There were regular meetings for coordination to carry out this sinister plan that was going on in the rooms of Umar and Muzammil. They were meeting